guardians? Okay, do you have copies? But the challenge is people are on the platform. Okay, we can then move to item number 4. I'll wait for the honorable members to settle on the table, and then we can proceed. Are you settled, honorable members? Thank you. Yeah, we move to item number 4, which is the purpose of this meeting. The purpose of this meeting is for the department to come in and table the budget process as one of the aspects of the committee work, because our mandate is to play oversight in the department. It gives members of the public an opportunity to witness how the department has prioritized its finances in order to achieve its objectives. The stakeholders need to interrogate the department and Sipo, you are always doing this. The stakeholders need to interrogate the department and make sure that their needs are taken care of. So let's try by all means and make sure that after this meeting, we all have an idea as to how the department is going to meet the demands of the vulnerable, of which the majority are women and children. A lot has happened in the past. I think all of us can attest to that in the past few weeks, and I don't want to dwell much on that because there's a lot of progress that has already been made by the department after the Premier has revoked, or I don't know to say, maybe revoke the decision that was taken by the department that the Kavasi. So we'll give you the opportunity. I know that the MEC is going to join us late. We'll then move straight to the update on the NPOs budget reprioritization and the signing of service level agreements for 2023-2024 financial year. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, MEC. We were late, me and you, this morning. Yeah, it's very tough. So, Linda arrived late. You are welcome, because I had to redirect or reroute my route to come here. So it took a little bit long, and we really apologize that we were supposed to have started at 10, but then we started a bit late. So I'll hand over to the MEC. You'll introduce yourself, and then you'll also introduce the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Bulisa Wongumuntu in the House. Chair, just to give some introductory remarks. It's a bit loud. Just to give some introductory remarks on the issue at hand on the budget reprioritization and our update to date, is to indicate that, Chair, you'll note that when the department or the province was reconstituted in the form of having a new premier and new MECs that were allocated, it seems too loud when it's too close, that when the new premier was appointed and he had allocated new MECs, part of the things that he did in the department was to make it a mega department, so to say. He combined social development together with agriculture, rural development, and environment. And part of the things that he further did was to give each department what we characterize as the elevated priorities. And in our regard, these elevated priorities entail substance abuse, homelessness, food security, environmental sustainability. But the first three speak to social development. So when we talk about elevated priorities, people or how it's been reported in a lot of the media reports, is to treat them as if they are outside the work that the department is doing. They are not. Food security, substance abuse, homelessness are part of the work that this department is responsible for. What the Premier had simply requested was that we must massify on this work, and that means we needed to increase our targets in this regard. And as you all know, that with the increase of any targets is not just to put or increase the numbers, it has to go with the budget. And because the department was not given any new funds, it has been given a much bigger mandate, but with no funds to go with it, and that is what informed the reprioritization. Following the engagements that would have been there and the activities that would have taken place and so forth, noting that the department does spend 2.3 billion, which is the most that is spent in the province, in the country rather. Gauteng spends 2.3 billion that it allocates towards NPOs. And this is followed by Western Cape, which is at 1 billion, followed by KZN, which is at 600 million, and the rest of the other provinces spend below 500 million. So you can see that we spend the most out of everybody nationally. And so this reprioritization, one, as we've constantly indicated, is not a cut to the overall budget to NPOs, but what it had to mean was a reprioritization towards the areas that we look into, and part of that had to entail what we are calling the elevated priorities, or the massification of work that is done on substance abuse, homelessness, food security. But as we indicate that there's been a lot of engagements, the NPOs, we've been able to have quite a lot of engagements with them through their representatives that lead them. And through those engagements, we're able to speak to the Premier and inform them of where the engagements are, which led us as the province, indicating that the Premier, because the genesis of the problem is around funding of our elevated priorities, the Premier will call an urgent meeting of the Provincial Budget Committee that will look into how then do we fund these elevated priorities so that the funds that are there can then remain as they were in the previous financial year. Of course, subject to NPOs being compliant and being approved accordingly. So that is where we are. And part of the things that we had engaged with the NPOs together, myself and the Premier and the department, was also to indicate that we've got a deadline of the 15th where we need to finalize these SLAs, and the HOD and the team will speak to that in terms of where we are in that regard. And we also made a commitment that we do believe that there should be a broader engagement with the sector. And this is why we've spoken about a 2-day NPO summit that must take place. Once we are done, and we really are prioritizing the issues of getting the SLAs finalized, so that once we are done with that process, then we can begin the process of the planning towards the 2-day engagement with the NPOs. And this 2-day engagement is really to discuss the NPO space or the NPO environment and how we are to strengthen it, both as the department and the NPOs. Mindful, one, that there is a shrinking budget in terms of the national fiscus. This is the reality that we have, and that is why you will see, and I was given that background of the funds and what the other provinces are giving. You'll see there's been a cut throughout time in terms of that allocation that is made. I don't think we've got that slide that shows nationally just where we are, but we can probably speak to it. That shows just the cuts that would have taken place nationally throughout the various provinces because of these realities of the constrained fiscal environment that we are under. But we also want to have an engagement, and as we say through the summit, discuss how do we strengthen relations and importantly, deal with the issues around the impact. The impact has been a huge area of focus, and Premier in his SOPA would have spoken at length about this, that there is a great concern that we're not seeing the value of money in terms of the amount that we're giving, in terms of the 2.3 billion versus the impact we're having on the ground. And we need to discuss this together with the NPOs on how do we make sure that there is greater impact, greater collaboration, amongst the various NPOs, particularly those that are within the same sectors. What are the things that we need to do? Because our mark of success as the department and the sectors is with regards to our ability to deal with the issues at hand. So if you look at cases around your GBV, your crime, HIV, AIDS, and so forth, our mark of success as the department and the NPOs is the was the decrease of what we are seeing as current stats. That's what we must gauge ourselves on. Not so much, and I know the NPOs were speaking about, they had raised some concerns in terms of the data that we request from them, the numbers that we look into. And what I found quite comforting was that NPOs were saying to us, beyond looking at the stats and the data, yes, we understand you want to see the numbers of how many people were able to touch it and so forth, but what are the other things that we need to gauge ourselves on? What are the things that we need to look into in terms of the impact of the work that we're doing? And I think that is a great commentary that's coming from the NPOs, because it means that what Premier has spoken about as part of the fears that we have, or the concerns we have as the province, is something that is shared with the NPOs. So that 2-day summit really must allow us to look into that and see how do we collectively deal with the problems that we have. When we're at the MINMAC, so a MINMAC is a meeting where all MECs sit with the minister. Part of the things that we indicated was that we have a shrinking budget, but our social problems are compounding. This is a problem. So we need to look into that. So when we speak about impact, is that our social problems should not be compounding at the extent that they are. And we need to look into what are the things that we need to do to at least collectively work together to minimize that. So this 2-day summit really will look into a number of issues. It will go into governance, good governance issues. It will look into financial management. It will look into the developmental agenda that we ought to collectively drive, and a number of other various items that have been there. Premier has also spoken to an audit that is going to take place in the SOPA, and we also communicated to the NPOs that there will be this audit that is going to take place. And the terms of reference is something we're working together with the Premier on. So that is really where we are, and I know I've given quite a lengthy input, but I think it's important so that we're all on the same page in terms of where we are currently, the work that the department is doing to make sure that we fast track and we meet this deadline of the 15th. But importantly, how do we then collectively move towards this 2-day summit to make sure that when we come out of that, we work as one, we are all of one mind in terms of the developmental agenda and what needs to take place, and how do we forge ahead to make sure that in this difficult socio-economic environment, we are able to utilize the work that we're doing to not only take care of the vulnerable, but also to be able to drive a developmental agenda collectively. So I'll hand over to the HOD. I thought those remarks were just critical to give some form of a background, and then they will go now into the more technical aspects of the work that we're doing and how far they are in terms of the numbers, the NPOs, and so forth and so forth. So I'll hand over to you, HOD. Thank you.
To the Honorable Chair, honorable members, fellow colleagues, good morning. I'm going to take the meeting through the budget for the NPI for the year in question, which is the financial year 23-24. Okay, sorry, the laptop is a bit slow. Safe to say, in terms of the background, I think the budget that is going to be presented before honorable members and the sector.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to check the people who are on the platform. Chantel, can you hear us? Okay, thank you very much. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation before you is going to focus on the budget that has now been revised and not necessarily the initial reprioritized budget. Thank you so much, sir. Just put it on slideshow. Yeah. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to really focus on two critical slides. I hope it's showing. The two critical slides would be the one that shows the actual budget, and the second slide would be the one that shows how far we've gone with the signing of service level agreement. Just a quick background on slide 2. The NPO budget reprioritization process started as early as fourth quarter of last year. And in case of social development, the following elevated priorities were included. These include, among others, the anti-substance abuse program, the homeless program, sustainable livelihood. With sustainable livelihood, the focus has always been on skills, job placement, entrepreneurship, development, and food security. And following the representation by the NPO sector, the Prem and MEC had agreed to effect some changes to reverse the budget and restore it to its original form, and this is what we will be presenting today. In the event where there would be shortfalls, or in the event there is a pressure in terms of spending pressures, we would be approaching the Premier Budgeting Committee so that we could just see how the elevated priorities could be funded. In terms of the actual presentation, I'm now on slide 4. As it can be seen that the allocated budget for the whole financial year, it's 2.3 billion. And of that 2.3 billion, treatment and prevention is awarded or allocated 334 million. Service to older person, 131.2 million, 286 for older persons. Crime prevention and rehabilitation would be 23 million. Services to children, as most cases, is around 297 million. Victim empowerment and support, 161. Services to children is 242, with HIV and AIDS at 463 million. And lastly, Program 5, which is sustainable livelihood, is at 363 million. The column, which is the column before last, which is the third column, relates based on what has been allocated and what has been restored. And what has been restored, it's the column before last. And I will explain the last column in terms of what does the remaining balance means, what are the factors associated with us having this balance, what will happen to this balance, and what is the plan of the department regarding this balance. Is it a balance to the program, or what is happening? As it can be seen with treatment and prevention, the allocated budget for the year, it's the entire 334. If you look at the last column, there is a bit of over allocation there, meaning the spending pressures is high there, so we are a bit more by about 9 million. But with services to people with disabilities, of the 119 million, there's about 11 million that still needs to be allocated. But for older persons, of the 253, there's about 32.9 million. Let me pause here, Chair, just to explain one or two things. What you normally would happen in the case of older persons, you'd have service centers, luncheon clubs that have been funded from time immemorial. But there are change in circumstances because, one, the municipal bylaws would then say you need to have that environmental health certificate, and when it expires, it must be then restored or updated. So you'd find that in most of the luncheon clubs, you'd find that some of them are having trouble with municipalities because they don't have the necessary documentations, and as a result, they are not able to get those. In some instances, because it differs from one area to another, in some instances, Some municipalities will say this particular Lion Club is in an informal settlement, it's not proclaimed, and we're not able to assist. Plans are underway to engage those affected NPOs, to engage those affected municipalities, so that at least in some instances we can get conditional registration from their side. In some instances we could even get at least a consent use, so that at least access to services would also continue. In terms of crime prevention, 22 allocated, there's about 1.5 left. And then I will then move straight into HIV and AIDS, because that's where we also have budget is 370 million, and there's about 92 million that is still needs to be allocated. Even here, your drop-in centers and some of the home and community-based care would also have issues with the municipal bylaws, maybe the issue of health certificate or food handling certificate, etc. And as a result, meanwhile, the municipalities and ourselves and the colleagues are attending to these issues, we are in a position just to then say, we will keep this budget available so that as soon as they get the compliance correctly, there are procedures in-house just to deal with that. In the final analysis of the 2.3 billion, 2 billion has been committed, 2 billion 46 million, 178,000. So the 258 million, 470, 876, this is the balance that became available by default. In the main, it will be as a non-compliance as it relates to municipal bylaws. In some instances, it will be drop-in centers and older persons that could not perhaps have a certificate or two. There are isolated incidents where NPO will drop the bomb in terms of NPO registration certificate. They don't do their annual returns, and as a result, we are not going to fund an NPO that is not duly registered. So the 2 billion has been committed, excluding those that would be for the non-compliant NPOs. The question, therefore, Chair, might be in the minds of many, what is the plan with this 258 million as a result of non-compliant NPOs? It has come to the attention of the department that this is a moving target. There are NPOs at the time of applying. When we close in October, we're not compliant. And what we normally do, we will also then go out and do another request for proposal so that we're transparent, we're fair, we give everyone equal opportunity to apply. And therefore, those that will find themselves to have now met the requirements will then apply and be given that opportunity to render those critical services. And it is our intention, Chair, that not later than the first quarter we should get an indication and we would commit this 258 million. The next critical part is how far are we with the signing of SLAs, payment of the NPOs, and ultimately so that program implementation can start in earnest. We opted to just give two categories in terms of SLA signing. When we started in April, we had a reprioritized budget and we released that budget. And after we've released that budget, a number of NPOs started signing. As it can be seen, for the number of NPOs that received their budget early on, that is early in late March, early April, we are sitting at 91%. With sustainable at 18%. These NPOs will be at payment stage, meaning once you have signed an SLA, it's uploaded for payment, and depending whether all the documents that were requested by the department are uploaded and are correct. So in a week or two after you've signed the SLA, there should not be a reason why there should not be a payment. So we are at 91% with the April budget release. The last one, Chair, it's the May budget. Following the engagement by the Premier and the MEC with the NPO last week, an indication was that some needs to be restored, and that decision has been taken. And all the budgets for the restored NPOs in terms of their budget. The budgets have been released, and the reason why the May budget release, most of these will be at zero. It's because the decision was recently taken last week to restore, and the 15th of April, sorry, of May, I beg your pardon. So what this simply means is that a week from next week, oh, sorry, we're back. So a week from next week, those that receive their budget this week, the monies will begin to be in their account. But I must hasten to also emphasize that the April budget release, though that at 94, 96, 91, a number of these NPO, some of the payments have already gone through. So overall, if we take the April budget release and the May budget release, we are sitting at 42%. And lastly, all the non-compliant NPOs were not approved for funding for the 23-24 because they were excluded because of the funding a non-compliant NPO constitute irregular. Hence, they would be given an opportunity when we advertise later in the year. So, assess in terms of the action plan, we are assessing now and addressing the implication of the non-compliant NPOs. In the main, we came to a logical conclusion that if we can get municipalities to meet our NPOs halfway in terms of consent use, conditional registration, some of them can definitely be registered. In some instances, it is NPO registration. We are intervening to get those NPO registered. Lastly, expedite the SLA signing payment of NPOs so that the revised budget has already been issued. So by the 15th, all SLA would be signed, and a week or two later, we will be done. That should conclude on the SLA and the NPO budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Director. I'm going to open for clarity-seeking questions, and I'll start first by the table. Maybe comments as well, and then I will then take it to our stakeholders. Even those that are on virtual, you are allowed to engage. Thank you very much. Honorable members? Member Woodrow? You're not saying anything? Member Nsafin? Yes, Member Nsafin? Member Badenos? You fine? Okay.
Chair, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Chair, thank you for the presentation, Data. I have my concerns. One, I do understand this is a joint meeting between the portfolio, the department, and the sector. However, I find this information very skimpy for me to do my mandate over legislative duty of oversight, because where this document fails to give me information for me to really understand what is going on is on the following basis. Indeed, MEC, in your outline, you mentioned the sensitivity around what has happened recently with the reprioritization of budgets. For me to honestly say I can now do an oversight on, let me take, I don't know what this, let me see, I think it's slide 4. You cannot see where the movement of money is happening because, first of all, You don't see the budgets for 2022, 2023 to do a proper comparison with 2024. That's the first point. Then you don't see, based on the budget that was approved in the House, where you've now moved money between the different sectors. So how do you expect us to do oversight on this? I'm really struggling with this particular document. I thought we would see a document that says, when we did the reprioritization, the budget that was approved in the House is this. Now we've moved money from this area to that area. So even though we still see the 2.3 billion, we can see where the money has moved between the different parts of your transfers to NGOs, where you've actually reduced funding and where you've gone and increased funding. This doesn't allow us to do a proper analysis. And that for me is a serious concern. So it makes it incredibly difficult for us to oversight public funds, and especially with the sensitivity of the issues that we've just gone through over the past couple of weeks with the movement of money based on this reprioritization that MEC outlined in her opening remarks. Thank you.
You come after Member Kekan.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And let's welcome the presentation made by the department, and also appreciate the intervention that was made by the Premier as well as the MEC in trying to resolve this difficult impasse. We also welcome the fact that there is intention by the department to engage the municipalities in terms of compliance by the various NPOs in terms of the bylaws. I think that was raised even before in the previous stakeholder engagement, and I'm glad to hear that there's that engagement going on, because some of the NPOs, they might not comply, not through their own making, but circumstances beyond their control, and it would be a welcome decision to actually condone those NPOs so that they can receive their transfers and continue to do the good work in terms of a service delivery intervention. And I think we got the gist of the breakdown in terms of the budget releases, and as the portfolio committee will await the May budget release, and just to get a sense as to how many of those that have been approved for the release have received their transfers. And as a portfolio committee, we should just follow up and ensure that we further look at those NPOs that were condoned through the intervention with the municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, thanks very much. I'd like to congratulate the department that they've actually listened to the cries of the NPO and changed the funding model. It's a huge tragedy that we had to get to this point and go through the agony of the past months, and I think it's an absolute disgrace that it happened in the first place. However, I do want to thank the department and the MEC for listening to the NPOs. However, there are a few things I don't understand in terms of this new budget. First of all, we were told that the figures are reverting back to the 2023 figures, but that is not true. If I'm looking, for example, at services to children, the 2023 budget was 90 million. It is now 297 million, which I welcome. Please understand me correctly. However, if we are being given a presentation, I expect it to be accurate. That presentation wasn't accurate. Secondly, if I look at the money given to sustainable livelihoods, in 2023, it was 248 million. It is now 363 million. So please can I ask the department, when you're giving us a presentation, make sure the figures are accurate. I like it to be accurate to the cent. We are talking here about money going to NPOs, vulnerable people. I, as the portfolio, when I'm doing oversight, I want it to the cent. I want it explained. So please explain to us why have two departments, which I welcome, especially to children, been increased. Explain that to us, because you haven't done that. You've just said to us it's gone back to 2023 figures, but it hasn't. So I need an explanation for that. Then in terms of the explanation of non-compliance, I would like clarity in terms of what do you mean, because you have classified a terminology of non-compliance and added municipal non-compliance. If we can get very clear clarity, because what's happened in the past is the department has been shifting its goalposts. SLAs were signed, and then yet, however, when it came to payments and money being paid out, NPOs were not paid out because of nefarious reasons from the department. So I would like it stated in black and white at this meeting exactly what is non-compliance for this department. And I want it recorded so that every single NPO knows when they will be paid and when they will not be paid. Chair, and then, as I said, I'm very glad that we're here today. It was just a very tragedy that the department has been ignoring the portfolio up to now, and that with previous meetings, neither the MEC or the department considered it important enough to support us with the previous meeting, and I think that is something that needs to be addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member
Chair,
Englewood.
Chair, I'm so on the queue, please.
Okay, Member Budget.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Chair, what I would like to know, I want to know about the money by default, because this is a lot of money. 256 million is a lot of money that doesn't have a secured place where it's going to. Because if this money is going to hover around in social development, then it means at the end of the day, this money is going to be stolen. And we know the story of social development. So can they give us clarity on this? Where is this money going to be kept? Because there's money that's been shifted from what's this, substance abuse. Then from substance abuse, it goes to people with disabilities. From there, it's been shifted to older persons. But those people doesn't get this money. And the fact of the matter is, Chair, as they keep on saying the people are complaining about having no food. There's a crisis in South Africa. There's no food. There's no one. If those monies are going to be allocated to the proper people, when these funds are being allocated to the department, then people will not complain about about the food crisis or about poverty. Even the substance abuse people say that there's money that has been allocated to them, but those people are not being helped. And if they are helped, it's only a certain number of people that are helped. So I just want to know, where did they start doing the budget, and how did they get to all these figures? Because these monies are not going anywhere. And the other thing is the NPOs. Chair, people were not even being told that, listen, you've been, they haven't been told that these monies are going to be redirected from the one NPO to somewhere else. They just found out one day when they got up, there was no monies for them allocated for the month, and the social development was quiet with it. Even the SLAs, we want to know about the signing of the SLAs. The signing is going to take place. They say the monies will be allocated by Monday. Okay, the 15th of May. But I'm telling you people, you're still going to run back to social development and say, listen, yeah, our monies have not been paid. The thing is this, are we going to get proof that these monies were paid on the 15th of May, or are we going to get proof that these monies were not paid? But if there is proof, then we must have it within 7 days. I'm requesting that, Chair. And what's the other thing? Okay, sorry. This difficulty of social development has been caused, and I'm not even apologetic about this. It has been caused by the people that think they know they can redirect monies from this entity to that entity. That's why South Africa is in a mess. South Africa is in a mess because of the ANC, because they didn't do the things that they were supposed to do when it was needed. And I'm telling you, Chair.
Honorable
Don't Chair, give me a hearing, let me
Honorable-
speak.
Honorable
Let me
Badenos.
Chair, order.
Let me
Honorable
finish, let me
Badenos,
finish.
Order, Chair.
Let me
Honorable
finish.
Badenos,
Let me finish.
please.
Chair,
Let me finish.
order.
Let me finish. There's a point of order. Okay, I'll wait.
What's the point of order?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I don't see any regalia that is worn by any other person here. From the ANC was speaking in terms of the government. And everything that the government is accused by one of the members of the government, it's written down, it's very clear, everything, it's detailed. I don't know now what is it that's supposed to be done, or we should maybe use another language that people can understand well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Badenos, I think when we sit here as a committee, even in the last meeting, I did call some of us to order. When we are here, we are government, we are one. So when you are now putting a blame into one party, I think it is not correct. Can you just please withdraw that and then you can proceed with your inputs? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, even if we sit as a government, but if you see things are not happening, must we keep quiet? Because the monies are not given to the EFF
Chair.
or to the DA. The
Honorable
monies are,
Badenos.
the purse goes to the ANC. And Chair,
Honorable
Order,
we need to-
Chair.
no, we
Order,
must
Chair.
correct this
Chair, there's
thing.
an order here.
Order,
Honorable
Chair.
Badenos.
We must correct this
Honorable
thing.
Order,
Badenos,
Chair.
Honorable Badenos, can you please behave? I think there was a point of order that was raised earlier. Can you please behave? Because even in the last meeting, the same thing happened, and then I called the people to order. Let us not come and politic here. This is a meeting of the committee. We need to stick to our mandate. Thank you very much. You can make your input.
Chair, I thought I should raise an order. Because when we were invited here, our understanding was that we're coming as the department to come and respond to the portfolio committee. So when political parties are addressed here, it must be quite clear on what basis are we standing here as, so that we can respond from that cap. And it should be clear, so that invites are sent accordingly. So I plead with the member to please, Chair, you've taken a ruling, she needs to apologize to the House and then proceed with her comments.
Honorable Badenos, let us not spoil our meeting. Please, we are here to play oversight over the department, and I did call some of the committee members in the last meeting to order, so that we don't spoil the meeting. You'll have time to politic when you do your debate, but here we're for oversight. Let's stick to our mandate. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, and the other thing is this. The other thing is this, Chair. An audit is going to take place on all the NPOs.
Sorry, Chair.
Chair, we need an apology for the House through you. Thanks.
Am I wrong again?
No, you just withdraw what you have said.
Yes, I
Because
was
we're
going to
government.
say, Chair,
Passively.
can you recognize me, Chair?
You are recognized.
Yes, I just wanted to say that when you opened this meeting, you declared this House as a precinct of Parliament. And if a member of the committee calls order and you make a ruling, we are expected to act as such. If we have to withdraw, one has to withdraw first before we proceed. That's my clarity, Chair.
Chair, before I withdraw, Chair, I think there's too much chairpersons here. Chair, please chair the meeting as such.
Member Badenos, I have requested you to withdraw.
I
Just
withdraw, Chair.
and then
I
we
withdraw,
proceed.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah. And the Chair, the other thing is there's an audit that's going to happen on the NPOs. Knowing that the audit is going to take place, I don't know when, but is there any auditor appointed that can do this audit? Because as far as I know, there's no auditors. So who is the auditors that's going to be appointed? Which firm is going to be used there to do the auditing of the NPOs? And when is it going to happen? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Tsahe. Follow up.
Thank you. Just have an additional question, please, Chair. On the second last slide of the presentation, I just realized now, it says, I think that as he was presenting, said all the SLAs would be signed by the 15th of May. And if you look at the May budget release, none of the SLAs except under services to families have been 1% have been signed. So I'm wondering within the, I know this was done on the 9th of May. I want to know whether the department will be able to meet that deadline of the 15th of May. Two, I think it would only be prudent for us to find out in all the sectors that have been represented here, percentages are good, but it's a percentage of what? It would be nice to know how many NPOs are going to be, when we say signing of SLAs, how many of services to persons with disabilities, how many services to older persons, et cetera, because that gives us a better clarity in terms of what we mean. I mean, it could be one, if you say 100% and it's 100 and you're talking two people, it's nothing. But we know the department funds about 2,500 or just under NPOs in the province. So we need to know the scope of work that still needs to be done. And I think MEC, if I can appeal to you through the chair, that we know how many of the MPOs have been non-compliant and how many will continue to be funded in each sector, not just in one sector, not just holistically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much. I'm now going to invite inputs from our stakeholders. Maybe just one from my side, MEC and HOD. What happened to the 60-40 split? Is it now 100% funding in all the programs? And how is the reprioritization or you call it what, revised budget going to impact on your first quarter report? Thank you very much. I will take hands from the stakeholders. I'm going to start at my extreme left. Or is it only officials this side? They are stakeholders also. John, you'll give them, how many on this side? I can see only 2 hands. That side there was nothing. Let's start here first before we come to this side. You know, when I went to KZN with infrastructure development, I've learned something that you don't point at people like this, you do this. So it's not I'm fighting, like I'm fighting you and I'm doing this. So it's only 2 people this side, ne? 3. Okay, you can start, then we'll move to the next row.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and protocol observed. Angelique McAdam, Chairperson of Child Welfare Gauteng, and also representation of the Social Forum. There are indeed questions that I would like to ask. Is, first of all, we always get the answer that there's no money. Yet, in this presentation or slide number 4, you are now sitting with 260,000 Rand of unaccountable money. That is one question that I would like you to please indicate and clarify the reason as to why you say that. The second one is on slide 5, you indicated that there is 91% people that have signed their SLAs, bearing in mind that those SLAs that were signed was at their reduced budget. So, albeit that the monies are being promised to be rolled out to these NPOs because they've already signed, how are you planning to adjust and pay the balance that you owe them when they have now had to re-sign SLAs, which is now obviously at the 0% rate, and or was it an adjustment that you added to their existing SLAs to be able to provide them with that budget that they were cut with? You also indicate constantly about the municipalities that are at fault. When it gets to non-profit organizations such as Services to Children, which is my absolute passion, is child welfare, we do not have to answer to municipalities. We have to answer to the National Directorate of Non-Profits. So how does that then affect us as non-profits that do not have to provide answers to municipal levels? And that is my question. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Azoi. Ubonga nikamthembu lo. Sibukeni. So usisilo cishe wangikhava. Lo sanda kukhuluma. Angimazi ngegama. Okay. So my questions based on the presentation that was submitted. I think I need to, because according to all the programs that were appearing, because of in terms of the situation that we have in this country, EGBV, I think is central, and it's also being a serious issue, a cancer that it can continue to explode in our face, in our communities. So some of the organizations that we run also engage on this program, but the department is very angazi ukuthi mhlawumbe basacabanga or mhlawumbe bayiboni le nkinga esikuyo in our community where we live. Ukuthi GBV must be also be engaged ngendlela ehlukile and izoyenza impact, like washo usisi lapha ukuthi we need to have value for the money. Value for the money, particularly the programs that will make impact in the communities and solve the problems that we have, and be able to maspanga stats akonoku in line with what is happening on the ground. I am stats for the sake of the stats, then but they are not tangible change ayikho communities. So because of they engage good ama NGOs friends and our friends, then ibona bathole imali, ibona mana connection ukuthi bathole imkhaso and so on. So that's the question in terms of EGBV program. Why is not recognized? Mhlambe ifihlekile kunama programs la enwa outline ile la, but I don't see it mina isilungu lesi engisifunde esikoleni. It doesn't appear. Okay. So based on what I've said, Kuma program that we think are not value for the money. We've been telling the department many years ago, they introduced a program Masupatsila Youth Pioneer Program. Magasa kumbula kahle, I was still a youth at that time, around 2007. So we proposed this. We need a monitoring. As long as the department doesn't have a proper monitoring from our communities, as young people, this corner, monitoring is on the ground. Indlela ukuthi mhlambe ba create umsebenzi as field workers and be able to assist. Hayi basacabanga namhlanje. So angazi kumcabango wabo ukuthi ulele or kwenzakalani mhlambe I portfolio committee can assist us on that ukuthi baba khuze. The last question, I criteria ya this summit, because ngiyazi ukuthi nizothatha la mhlambe angazi ukuthi abantu abazo by part, particularly the NGOs that are going to be part of this summit, are the NGOs that are part of this drama le sanda kwenzakala. Angithi ngiyayazi, angangiyikhuluma drama le. So Tina, we're not part of the drama because I was told Nix from department, but we're always here. Ukuthi sizonilalela and be able to advise you. Ngeqiniso ukuthi sifunani asifuni ini and ama problems esinawo anjani and sincedana kanjani kule because le South Africa this is department a very central to our livelihood. So manga department le ingakhona ukuthi silalele and senze izinto and change the people's life. Akona la siyakhona because all this problem that we have, this department must be solved. Yeah, but unfortunately. So in question the criteria. So Tina njengoba sila as community-based organizations, are we going to be invited now? So mhlambe ubudbongani uzosinikeza answer la. Yabo.
John, are we done with this slide?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, we're going to this side. Any hands? You are noted. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're coming to that side. Start with the first one, Dima.
Good morning, Madam Chair, other members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues and DSD. I would like to speak to your slide 4 and bring into perspective page 5 of your budget per economic classification together with budget vote 6, page 33. And I would like to deal with some of the headings. For instance, let's take your administration. I've noticed whilst the administration program has a cut in its budget, it must be pointed out that it is still 25.8 million more than the combined budget for program 2, which is social services to older persons, people with disabilities, and HIV and AIDS. When we look at that, 360 million over and above the adjusted appropriation is given to development and research. In total, it is 521.742 million above the combined allocation for older persons and people with disabilities. Dignity packs and school uniforms as well as poverty alleviation are included in this program, but they are normally in the development and research program. Why this change? Substance abuse has been moved from this program. Why? Then we look at restorative services, VEP, crime prevention, substance abuse. We see that it's now under restorative services. If DSD is supposed to concentrate on substance abuse, then why is the allocation so low for all the financial years? 78.410 million is for substance abuse at treatment centers. 378.374 million is for inpatient treatment centers. Those are the things that I would like to have answers to, and I will address the targets at a future opportunity in this meeting.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Bina Chiba. I'm the Secretary of the Welfare Forum and the Director of the Gauteng Provincial Association for Persons with Disabilities. Firstly, I'd like to thank the House for this opportunity and just draw the attention that to date, we haven't been called to sign our SLA. And I may speak on a number of organizations within the disability sector. Having said that, and knowing that the deadline for signing is the 15th of May, and I heard the HOD say that payment will then be uploaded and made available to us in 2 weeks' time. My concern is that on the 4th of May, when we had our meeting with the Premier, the HOD, and the MEC, we were told, please ask your staff to return. Unfortunately, a lot of our staff had to be retrenched, as a result of non-payment of our subsidy in April. And to date, our funding hasn't been reinstated. We cannot ask staff to return until we have the funds in our account to be assured that we may be able to make payment to them as promised. My second concern is that with retrenchments and having many of our staff having to go, we were then faced with labor issues, and we have no funds to pay retrenchment packages, and then the closure of offices. We had to relook now for new premises. So all of this has been aggravating the NPO sector, and we haven't been able to render services, effective services for April and May. And that will impact negatively on the statistics that we have to present for April and May. And we're concerned about being accused of non-compliant then. So we would like, somebody else said earlier, definition of non-compliant. We would like some assurance that can we get an exact date by when our subsidies will be received in our account, that we can then ask staff to come back, and we would like to get some guidance on how do we address the retrenchment issues and other labor issues that have arisen as a result of non-payment of subsidies and non-payment of salaries for April and May. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Good morning, colleagues and our portfolio committee members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mamiki Ramapakela. I'm representing the Gauteng Welfare Forum as well as Gauteng Children's Rights Committee, where I am the executive director. I want to speak to the issue of non-compliance. I am getting too worried to the fact that this is just one terminology within the sector that is getting very, very scary. And being scary at the same time, it's being used very loosely. And it can be appreciated really if this issue of non-compliance cannot only be confined to issues like your municipal compliance and all that. The reason why I'm making reference to that is because at the level of NPO engagement with department officials, more often than not, it's being used to either scare us if we don't want to do things that are not right, or if they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and when they come with that terminology, then you have to run around and do what you're not supposed to do. I'm going to give an example whereby an official would ask you to submit certain documents. You do that. In a week's time, they are going to ask you to submit the same documents that you have submitted a week ago. If you're going to argue that I have submitted those documents, they would say that if you're not going to do that, I'm going to declare that you are non-compliant. So can we please clarify this terminology, have a common understanding, and use it respectively between us and the department? Thank you.
Okay, we're moving now to the last row. Are we done in this row, Dima?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, let's move to the last row. 1, 2. We only have 2 hands. Okay, thank you.
Sanibonani, sawubona Chairperson. Nokulandelana kwesihlalo zenu, ngiyanibulisa nani community. Unosipho Mazibuko, ngiphuma eSibukeng. Ngi-Chairperson yase Sibukeng Chairperson we-NPO yethu. So bengifuna ukwazi ukuthi ndeni sifake isicelo ngonyaka odlulile. Kodwa i-social development akakaze basiphendule. Azikaze sithole uxhaso ngoba izinto ezinye siyakhona ukuzenzela kodwa ezinye asikhona ukuthi sifikelele. So uthi masifuna ukwazi ukuthi kungani singakaphendulwa, asitholi impendulo kusathulekile ukuthi edu. And kunezinto esizenzayo like siyatshala senzana asikhona ukuncedwa. Sinabantwana abanye babafana babhema izidakamizwa. So abaphuma lapha kuma rehab asikhona ukuthi sibaxhase ngezinye izinto ukuthi sibayenze ukuthi be ama-idea nama-skills bakhona ukusebenza. Manje uma bangakhona ukusebenza bangakutholi into abangazisebenzisa babuyela futhi kulezi zinto zabo ukuthi bahambe futhi bayobhema. So sifuna ukwazi ukuthi ndeni ukuze sincede sithole uncedo kumele senze kanjani ngoba sizamile kaningi kusuka last year asikakaphendula kusathulekile. Into futhi esifuna ukwazi ukuthi ndeni kumele senze kanjani ngalezo zinto ngoba abantwana bethu bayaphela and abathola uncedo baya relapse ngoba noma umuntu ungazumusa lapho ayenza ayothola uncedo akabuya akunanto ayenzayo akunama skills abawayenzayo ubuyela futhi lapha ya. So sicela uncedo lwenu njenge social development. Ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani. Kulukhanye igama from Ivory Park Extension to Region A under Johannesburg. Mangibonge ithuba engilinikwa lona. Mami MEC, ngiyabonga ngomsebenzi wakho. Ngiseza ucala ukucela ukuthi usincede. Sininkinga eJohannesburg eRegion A under i-social development. Asincedwa. Ngiyayizwa manje khulunywa ngebudget iqala bese uyifuna kwathiwa imali ayikho. Manje seyikhona enesekusela ibalance ukuthi isebenze njani asazi. Kudala sikokothe ema-ofisini we-social development asenzelwa sizo. Ngingulukhanyo we-youth explosion and elderly people asincedwa. Region A ekuthuleni section under ukansela Maluleka. Sikhalile ngosizo saze sofika nase-ofisini kaSpeaker. Ngineshwa namhlanje engicela ukuthi ngiliveze. Ngiyothuka i-social development ine-organization enceda e-Region A extension 3 e-Ivory. Sibangakanani? I-Ivory la siphuma khona i-Ward 79 inama-section amaninzi. Each section inabantu plus minus 45,000. Asincedwa. So ngiyacela ke kwizikhalo zethu angizukhala kakhulu sebekhalile. Sininzi into esizenzayo sicela usizo, sicela i-attention. Sicela umuntu ongakwazi ukuthi asilift esiphezulu. So ndicela ukuyibeka kuwe Madam MEC Mbali Hlophe khasize please. Danko.
Are we done? Dima? Oh, okay.
Good day, everyone. My name is Jennifer Khaladi. I'm from Tshwane region. I just wanted to know because we've got an NPO. The name of the organization is Ra'aha Areka. We were working with the abused substance people, which we took them to the social workers and the clinics. But there is a problem because we need some like mobiles where we can take them because sometimes we've got a problem that they cannot like walk the distance because of their substances that they are taking. And then also, we were waiting for the answer from the social workers even now we haven't got any, because now the youth that we are working with, they are relapsing. So we just need a clarity on that. How can we go about to get help for them?
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any input or question from the platform?
Sanibona ninjani? Igama lami nguSelina wakaMasiteng. Ngihlala eKalfontein, Joburg, under Joburg, Ward 79. Kune center lapha yabogogo bengikhala ngayo kakhulu engasemathuneni. Seyaphenduka umzabalazo. Abogogo abasanandawo la abahlala khona, abahlanganela khona. Le ndawo le yabo kuyabogogo kuhlangana labantwana becrash. Nokuthi nabantwana bababuya esikolweni bayakwazi ukuya lapha abathole usizo ngama-homework wabo. Kodwa manje seyaphenduka umzabalazo. Ugogo khona ugogo Sabina ubeka yenza lapha bamkhipha lapha waze wathenjiswa ukushiswa because of bekalwela le ndawo leya. Besicela usizo ukuthi i-center leya isivulelwe futhi. Abogogo nabantwana bakwazi ukuba nendawo la bahlanganela khona. Sicela futhi eKalfontein asina library, asina holo, asina ma sports ground. Abantwana babafuna ukudlala ama sports kumele bahambe baye endaweni ezinye bayodlalela khona. So siyacela ku social development ukuthi nathi mabasinake ake sibonakale nathi. Usizo sikuthole nathi, siyacela ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Are we done, Timakazi?
Yes, Chair.
I'm trying to check whether do we have any hand from the platform. Okay, thank you very much for those inputs and questions. I will allow the MEC to respond. MEC?
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to request that from our team, they respond first and just give some of the technical responses, and then I'll follow to wrap up immediately after.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you very much also for all the questions that have been asked from the House. Chair, I'm going to try and respond to the issues that have been raised. Confirmation of the budget and indicate that the presentation by the CFO, which is still in the agenda, will give more details to some of the concerns that have been raised by the House. But I just need to confirm, Honorable Chair, that the 2.3 billion that was presented and also referred to by the MEC is the amount or the budget that has been received by the department from Treasury, classified under the NPI allocation. And as it was indicated, of the 2.046 million has been committed and 258 remains uncommitted yet. I also want to remind the House that the Premier communicated with the sector on the 4th, if my memory serves me well, which was last week. Was it last week? Week before last? Last week. On the 4th, on Thursday. And since Thursday, the department then engaged in the process of revisiting the budget and reallocating and restoring it to the original form, which would then be in line with what is contained in the Treasury allocation letter that was received early this year, particularly linking it to the 258 million. I think, Chairperson, there is no, and there shouldn't be confusion on what does compliance mean. There shouldn't be any confusion. But for the benefit of this House, let me explain what does compliance mean. If you are an NPO, you are required by law to comply with the NPO Act. Once you have complied with the NPO Act and you are an organization that deals with children, you are then expected to comply with the Children's Act. If you are dealing with older persons, you must comply with the Older Persons Act. If you are dealing with substance abuse, you must comply with the Prevention of and Treatment of Substance Abuse Act. So your first compliance is what makes you to be who you are, which is an NPO. You must comply with the NPO Act. Once you are registered and you are complying with the NPO Act, you must then comply with the program legislation under the program which you are participating in as an NPO. Then you must comply with municipal bylaws. Now, I just want to explain this, that local government is a sphere of government. It's not an extension of social development, it's a sphere of government. It has got its own laws that everybody must comply with, including the Department of Social Development. Now, I heard one of my colleagues saying that they don't account to municipalities, they account to the NPO office. If you read the Children's Act, it requires you to comply with municipal requirements. If you read the Substance Abuse Act, it requires you to comply with municipal regulations. Let me give you an example. If you are running a residential care facility, the only institution that can give you environmental health certificate by law is the municipality, not Department of Social Development. And if the municipality cannot give you an environmental health certificate, it means you do not comply with municipal bylaws. And if you don't comply with municipal bylaws, there is no way you can comply with the requirements of social development. It's as simple as that. The other issue is compliance to the Public Finance Management Act. You would know as NPOs that when you sign your SLA, there is that, what is that section? 38, section 38(1)J, that your board will sign. That says that you will have financial management systems and you will account and all those kind of things. And then you commit through an SLA. If an NPO mismanages the funds allocated to it by the department, you then become non-compliant because you are violating the conditions of the SLA, and consequently, you are not complying with the Public Finance Management Act. You are also in the same SLA committing to comply to reporting requirements of the department. Some NPOs fail to submit their quarterly reports. And if you don't submit your quarterly report, the department will suspend your funding because you have not accounted for what you have been allocated in the previous quarter. That's non-compliance. And lastly, Chair, some of the challenges that we have would be NPOs who would have governance problems. I've got several of these on my desk as we speak, Honorable Chair, where members of the board are fighting and those who are signatories are refusing to hand over the account to the other new board and all those kind of things. So there are many reasons why throughout the year that we will have a number of NPOs that will not be funded for many reasons of compliance. And maybe let me conclude on this and say that, Honorable Chair, you may be aware that the President has signed the amendment of the NPO Act early this year in January, which has now become effective from the 1st of April 2023. That act was to respond to the fact that South Africa has been grey listed. And one of the reasons why South Africa has been grey listed is because of poor regulation of the NPO sector. And it has been said, it's not me who's saying it, it has been said by those who are analyzing the performance of the country that some NPOs are even used for funding of terror activities. So the requirements in the current act are so strict that NPOs will have to comply if we have to save the current situation that we have or recover from the grey listing which the country has now been put through in the recent times. And part of what is required there is that NPOs can no longer choose to account only on money given to them by social development. If you account for all the money you are having and you are getting, and you should be able to confirm where you are getting this money from, and so forth. So in the past, Honorable Chair, we used to do what was called condonation. The NPO will come and say, there is backlog at national, and then we are therefore not compliant. Then the department will do a condonation. But condonation, in simple terms, it means we are allowing you to operate illegally. So condonation is not even a solution, because you are saying the department must say to the NPO, we know that you are illegal. You are not a legal entity to operate as an NPO because of your illegal status. But we accept that we will fund you, even if we know that you are illegally operating. The AG then comes to the department and say, this is irregular expenditure. I thought I should just clarify that part of the compliance so that we are all on the same page. Let me go to the questions raised by members. Member Nseke, our understanding is that when the Premier and the MEC said we are restoring the budget to its original form, we are reverting back to what is contained in the budget book as issued by Treasury from the beginning of the financial year. Not even the beginning of the financial year, sometime early in February this year. So the issue of reprioritization is a moot point now, Honorable Nteke, meaning that it's no longer relevant. Everything has been restored to the original form. However, the original form excludes those who do not comply. It can't be restoration to everybody. Those who do not comply must still go through the compliance processes. And as it was said, we have been engaging, and I've personally been engaging with municipalities, especially the city of Tshwane, where there are many problems of non-compliance, particularly that relates to the municipal bylaws that were reviewed not long ago even without consulting the department. But we are part of those discussions. In fact, I think there's another meeting either going on, is it today or Monday, with the city of Tshwane to try and advocate and find a solution to the situation that we find in Tshwane. The deadline has been set for us of the 15th of May for all the SLAs to be signed. A lot of SLAs would have been signed since we submitted this report to the portfolio committee. And we have committed as the administration to fulfill that commitment. And usually it will take a maximum of 14 days after the SLA has been signed and uploaded on the system for the payments to be done. So we are really working very hard in that regard. We have already paid over 270 million rands into the accounts of NPOs so far. And we are having at least 2 runs every week. On average, a run would take around 50 million. So more or less, in the run that will come on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, we're looking at around 100 million or more that will be paid in this regard. And any further details that have been requested, like percentage, what does this percentage mean in terms of numbers? Honorable Chair, we can forward the details to the committee for further interrogation, including on the number of NPOs that do not comply and the reasons of non-compliance. And as Honorable Kekana said, I've already responded to our efforts to engage municipalities. And these efforts, they were not initiated by anyone else, Honorable Member. It was department who contacted municipalities, set up meetings with them to try and assist NPOs in this regard. Honorable Engelbrecht, I think I've covered the issues in relation to what does it mean when we say reprioritization is a moot point. It's no longer a relevant discussion because the directive has been very clear, is that we are moving to the original budget framework that we have followed. And obviously that budget framework, as I said, those who are getting money will be those that comply, but those who don't comply, we still have to deal with that as a separate issue. Increases across programs has been something that we do on an annual basis, depending on whether we get any additional allocation as a department and so forth. There has been growth across different programs over different years. So any potential increase in one space would not necessarily be a reflection of the reprioritization. We have totally moved from that process into what we have been directed to do. Honorable Badenhorst, I would leave the question you have asked to the MEC. But what I know is that the 258 that has not been committed has been publicly declared before this committee and this house that money is available and the department is working on it. So I'm certain that in us giving the committee that information, we are empowering the committee to be able to monitor and check whether the money has been stolen. But I will leave that discussion to the MEC to respond to. Chairperson, 60-40, you are correct, Honorable Chair. 60-40 split has been reversed by the decision of the Premier and the MEC, and we are back to the normal budget framework, as it were. Now, let me go to the questions raised by NPOs. I think I've responded to my colleague from Child Welfare on the fact that we always say there's no money, and then there is 258 million. If you go back to the expenditure of the department in the last financial year, if I recall correctly, we spent, I think 98%, if I'm not mistaken, of the NPI budget allocation. Over the years, we have been spending money in as far as the NPI budget allocation is concerned. The 91% that has been referred to, maybe let me respond this way, that when the reprioritization was effected, there were certain areas of the NPOs that were not affected, particularly residential care facilities. And those that would not have been affected have been signing SLAs. And that is why we have been able to pay over 270 million that I have referred to earlier on. And those that would still be signing now are those that were affected by the decision that which the Premier then announced and reversed in the meeting with you on the 4th of May a few days ago. I've responded to the issue of municipalities from child welfare. Mr. Mtembu spoke about GBV not being a priority. Even during the reprioritization process, the budget of VEP was never touched. And further, the budget of VEP has been done in such a way that we are expanding our services in as far as shelters are concerned, shelters for women. We are also expanding services in as far as the victim-friendly rooms in police stations are concerned and so forth. So the gender-based violence remains a priority and the department has been responding in that regard. Utilizing young people to assist the department, we can only use young people based on the available resources that we have. But at the moment, the MEC did indicate previously that the department has appointed over 200 young people who are currently serving as assistant community development practitioners in the department. And part of the responsibility of these people is to assist the department to be able to deal with the pressure of services that we have at the present moment. And I'm certain that if we had more money, we would be able to accommodate more of those. Representation at the summit, the idea of that we have, honorable members, is that we are going to have first regional summit that will be able to accommodate all NPOs, but also have a sector flavor into it, so that when we come to the provincial summit, even if the numbers will be limited, we have been able to engage as many people as possible on the ground in as far as the concerns that have been raised are concerned. I would like to request that for the comments made by Pastor Sanabria, that we, Honorable Chair, if it is okay with you, that we allow the CFO to present the overall budget picture of the department, and that should be able to give a complete picture on that one. I think I've touched on the issues that were raised by Meshiba to a certain extent around the signing and the fact that the process is currently underway. We definitely going to be meeting our target for the 15th of May as a department. And we are also hoping that the NPOs will also do their part, Honorable Chair, because we can't sign the SLA alone. The SLA is a document that must be signed by two parties. And the two parties must commit to be available to sign the SLA. On the issue of retrenchments and so forth, I would request that we get a representation in as far as that is concerned, and the department will respond accordingly in that regard. Ramapakela, I think I've responded to your concern that the issue of non-compliance is now a new terminology being used by the department. And I think we agree that cannot be correct. This is not a new terminology. And you would certainly know, as an experienced NPO, what is it that what is meant by issues of compliance. There was a question from Ivory Park, sorry, I missed your name, my colleague. And you're talking about the fact that you have been applying for funding, I think, and that there is no response in that regard. We will engage with you, maybe if the chairperson allows, and then so that we can see whether there is anything we can guide you on in that regard. And then Tswani as well on the substance abuse, my colleague spoke about the frustrations they are having. The chief director responsible for the program is here. Chair, if you allow, we'll also create an opportunity for the issues to be taken in so that we can respond and assist our colleague there. Chairperson, I thought that would summarize the issues that have been raised, and any further information would be captured in the presentation of the CFO, as well as the presentation by Chief Sibisi on the annual performance plan, and then we will take it from there. MEC, this is how far I would go. I'm not sure if my MEC may want to add in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just to respond to some of the questions, and thank you, HOD, because I think you've been able to respond to a number of them quite eloquently. Maybe let me just start with some of the matters that have been raised in terms of, there was a question, and I think it's also quite there in a number of the comments that would have come in. On the annual budgets, I think one comment said, what informs the shifts in the budgets and the allocations? We tried to explain this even in the NPO engagement that we had, that departments receive an annual budget from Treasury. And out of that budget, we then need to begin to segment and itemize it in terms of how it's going to be distributed in order for the department to implement on its legislative mandate, and also what would be the priorities of the department. So that's really how it is allocated. And the difficulty that we have, and the reason why we have annual contracts with NPOs, is precisely born out of this reality. You see, we can't say that because we have a particular budget now, next year we'll have the same budget. It doesn't work like that, because I think all of us have an appreciation that the income of government and what it is able to spend is based on the income tax base, or what we say our tax revenue for that particular year. And when we talk about a constrained economic environment, it's an appreciation that government some years ago could have had a bigger tax base to work from, but our tax base is shrinking because there are more people that are dependent on the state and lesser who are contributing directly to the state through the income tax. So it's important that we have an appreciation of that, because these are the money politics that we exist within. So the issues around allocations are out of that reality. We can have 10 rand today and have 2 rand tomorrow. And that's why we can't have long-term contracts with any of the NPOs, because every year, based on what the circumstance is in that particular year, we're able to allocate accordingly. So that's really where the basics of it, and that's why I thought it was important that we give that background in terms of the budgets that are there and how departments are able to budget accordingly. So on the issues of non-compliance, and I think HOD, you've spoken at length on that matter, but I want to emphasize that government is highly, highly regulated. In that we can't give funding to any entity that is not compliant because it creates irregularities for us. So some may plea and say, but relax your measures and so forth. We can't do it because the very public that asks of us to relax some of these measures is the same public that will be scrutinizing us and calling us corrupt when we begin to spend on those that are not compliant. We can't do it. Otherwise, it creates problems for us in the AG, and certainly the bodies that oversee our work. So the issues around compliance are critical. And HOD would have indicated that the department can assist, but we can only go so far. Because NPOs provide a service on behalf of the department. If you had to look at it differently, if you think about the tenders that some of the other departments are doing, and they take out a tender and people bid and so forth, those entities that are bidding for a tender must be compliant. It's the same rule. And they also have an obligation to make sure that they are compliant accordingly. And as he had indicated, the various acts that will be there, in terms of the Children's Act, those that apply to families, and substance abuse, etc. So, for you to exist in a particular environment as an NPO within a sector, that compliance is a non-negotiable. It has to be done. So that at least all of us can know that as we're giving these funds, we're giving them to individuals that are in line with the policies of government and the work that needs to take place. There was a question on, and I think the chair raised this, what happens to the 60-40 split and what becomes its impact to our targets? And I think this is it's a very instrumental question that you've asked. And this is why the engagements we've been having with the Premier was around looking at that, because we are expected to implement on what we call the elevated priorities. And that's what would have informed what is now known as the 60-40 split. The reversal then to what was has an impact on our ability to implement on that. Because our APP targets have been increased, the delivery agreement we signed with the Premier is based on the deliverables that must be there. And we simply can't achieve that without funds. And this is what we indicated to the Premier. That as far as our documentation from the APP, the delivery agreement and so forth, it is based on the massification of the work that we must do on substance abuse, on food security, on homelessness. And it needs to be funded. So Premier has indicated, because he chairs the Provincial Budget Committee, that urgent Provincial Budget Committee has to sit and it has to look into how we're able to fund the work of the department that it has to do, because our APP speaks to that and our delivery agreement speaks to this massification. So that's what we're discussing, which really takes me to the next point of this 200 million odd that is now outstanding based on some of the NPOs being non-compliant and so forth. When we discuss with Premier, that has to form part of that engagement on this outstanding work that still has to be done that remains unfunded. So that's an engagement that we're going to have with the Premier, and then we'll be given greater clarity in terms of what is to take place. But what we can indicate is that we have said it continuously that the 2.3 remains an allocation to NPOs, and how then we move in terms of these funds and the outstanding work that needs to be done will still be conducted through the services of the NPOs. But the issue is what becomes the target focus that we're going to allocate towards them. But as we say, that is a discussion that we're going to have with the Premier's office and certainly with the Provincial Budget Committee, because we need to look into that. of what is outstanding and the funds that are still required. The NPO Summit allows us to have a frank engagement with NPOs. And I'm glad that the way we've staggered it is that it's going to take place after the signing of SLAs. Because I think when we were speaking about issues around food security, issues around substance abuse, issues around the developmental agenda and so forth, I don't think we were able to have an honest engagement as government and NPOs because it was conflated with issues of money. So I don't think we've been able to have that, but we do believe that this NPO Summit will allow us to do that. If you listen to the comments that would have taken place here, you've got a number of comments that speak about substance abuse. It's a reality that is there. But you could not have that frank engagement because people saw substance abuse as a threat to their funds. But it's an engagement we must have. When we were looking at the department's allocation in terms of the various sectors that we're funding and so forth, we fund a substantial amount towards HIV/AIDS. A substantial amount. And part of the things that Premier has indicated is that the same sector is also funded by the Department of Health and so forth. And we probed the colleagues and said to them, if you are to look now, yes, HIV/AIDS is still there, but is it such a scare as it was 10, 20 years ago? It's not. What is the big scare now? It's drugs. That is the big scare. So when you speak about an evolving community or society, and some of these problems that are exacerbating through time, a department like ours that deals with social development has to be able to be responsive to the contemporary issues of that time. Because if we don't do that, and I think the pastor at the back said it very eloquently. I mean, when you were looking at our budgets and you pick up that we've not been able to allocate funds towards substance abuse over time, and we're saying it's a priority, yet there's not been an allocation towards it. It's correct. And what has happened as a result of that? We are where we are now. Enter into any community. The number of parents that complain to us when we go and do community engagements with the Premier and so forth, two top areas, actually it's three. It's unemployment, it's crime, it's substance abuse, in that order, all the time. But the issue is, what are we doing as social development to respond to this issue? And that's why I say we believe that we must have an honest discussion with NPOs that is not in any way conflated by issues of funds and what people believe is their funds and these issues threatening their removal thereof. So we're glad that at least in terms of the Premier's Budget Committee and the engagements we're having, there's that indication that we'll get additional funds, so you don't need to worry about issues of funds, but it's a matter that we must discuss. Because we're losing an entire generation. It's a big threat. So that summit will help us to unpack some of these issues. But importantly, how do we work together? Because we don't see this as something that we must do on our own. We want to work with the various sectors that are there. From the children's sector, how do we deal with substance abuse within that space? Because that's where it begins. From those that deal with families, how do we deal with substance abuse in that space? Those that are dealing with HIV/AIDS, it's also prevalent there, and so forth. But we wanted, as I'm saying, to take and have an engagement with the various sectors on how do we work together to deal with the current problems or the contemporary problems that we currently have as a nation, to make sure that we're able to resolve them in this developmental agenda that we ought to achieve on. So we'll have that summit and we'll be able to unpack and deal with that so that we break the silos. And I was saying to the NPOs in the last engagement that, you know, society complains about the work of government and yourselves, because are given funds to service society based on the work we're doing jointly with yourselves. You're also part of that equation. So when society criticizes government, they criticize yourselves too. When they talk about impact, we don't talk about impact as an NPO thing, as if we're pointing fingers. We're also speaking about impact to ourselves as government. So it touches all of us. And that's why we must be able to have that engagement on what are the things that we must do. How do we build this caring society? Because we are the care economy. And we have an obligation to take care of the vulnerable, those with disabilities, the elderly, the children, and so forth. We have an obligation towards those. But how do we also make sure that those that have an ability to work must be able to work? And what opportunities do we create for them to be able to do that so that we build this developmental agenda? And it's really a win-win, because when you are able to solve the issues of unemployment and food insecurity, it means we have more funds as government, our tax base grows, we're able to give you more money. So it's a win-win, and we really are pleading to everybody to have an appreciation of the holistic impact of the work that we ought to do and what it means for all of us when we're able to increase on our tax base. Because it really talks about growth, and therefore growth for everybody. So we're going to have that engagement, and we certainly are hearing the cries. I mean, there's 3 people that have spoken on substance abuse and how it's tearing apart communities. And like I say, it was just unfortunate that because we were dealing with an issue of funds and everybody looking at it from their particular corner, we would have missed some of the key engagements, but we are provided that opportunity through the summit for us to look at food insecurity, homelessness, substance abuse, skills development, and so forth, and the various other things. That's why we want it to be 2 days, because it will look both at the internal governance, financial issues, but we also must look at the developmental agenda. And then just on the NPO signing update, I think it's really just a request from our member who's indicating that they just want an NPO signing update, and in terms of those that are compliant and non-compliant per the various sectors, and I think that's fine. Member Jacob, that information can certainly be provided. So we'll be able to ensure that, but I hope I've been able to respond to a number of the questions. The request at the back from Region A in Joburg, I think has gone out. Okay, yeah, so we've heard that, and as we say, this engagement that we're having with the Premier on what we are to do with the unfunded mandate that we still have, and some of the funds that are still left over, we'll speak about that. So how do we create a second opportunity for NPOs to still be able to do the work that needs to be done? And then lastly, my plea, Chair, is that, when we speak development and we come to a sitting like this, it's really for us to...
Sorry, I didn't just want to stand up and go. After you have answered your last question, I think you can allow the CFO to do a presentation. I'm going to take a radio interview. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So I think maybe just in closing from my side is really to plea with all of us, both within the House of the Legislature and the community at large, that there are areas that we can politic on, but then there are areas of commonality that we need to come together on. And I think we're at that point where we need to solve South Africa's challenges, and in particular the province's challenges, combinedly and jointly, and not use some of these aspects as political scoring items. I think it just does a disservice to any engagement that we ought to have and the discussions that are to take place. But we hope that we've been able to discuss and respond accordingly to the questions that would have been made, and we thank the opportunity. Thanks.
Thanks very much, MEC and the department, for the comprehensive responses. I think this platform creates a good medium for engagement. And at the summit that you talked about, will actually clarify some of the issues and empower the NPO sector, especially around their role as an extension of government, doing work on behalf of government, so that they can also reflect on the impact that they're making through the interventions that they're doing on behalf of the department. So we really welcome that summit, and we hope that it will educate, and I'm sure that information can be filtered to other NPOs that are not even part of this portfolio committee on social development, but it will cut across all stakeholders and NPOs. So thank you very much for the comprehensive engagement, and we will look forward to the summit engagements, Honorable MEC. As we proceed with the program, we would now call upon the CFO to give us a presentation on the budget vote 6 for the 2023-24 financial year, as well as the presentation on the APPs for the 2023-24 financial year. And on that note, CFO, you can just zoom in on any changes on the APPs, if there are any. So if you may proceed. HOD, sorry.
My apologies, Chair. I know that the approach usually is that we start with the APP, and then because the budget is linked to what the APP is talking to. So would you allow us to approach it that way? That we start with the APP, then the budget comes after?
No problem, whichever way, because we're going to take questions after both presentations are made.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just to let you know that the technical team is just resetting the laptop, so the presentation will appear in a few minutes, so don't be surprised when it doesn't show. Yeah? Thank you.
Oh, my apologies. It's good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, our important stakeholders, officials, managers, principals in the department. No, thanks, Acting HOD and Honorable Chairperson, because I was beginning to ask myself questions on a lighter note to say budget follow strategy and not the other way around, and thanks for that. I'll then be presenting the APP for 23-24 financial year. Just starting with the purpose. The purpose is to present the APP. I must just indicate, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, to say, as per the traditions and protocols required by both DPMNE and the planning framework, we had extensive discussion, which is consultations with our partners. I see some of the NPOs are here. So every year, before we finalize the APP, we are required to engage. So that which I'm presenting, I understand our colleagues were part of that engagement, which now is the final product. Just to indicate and affirm the strategic posture of the department, to say it's still in line with the MTSF framework for 2019-24. I'll then move into the next slide, which is slide 4, which is the key considerations. So basically our APP once again has considered firstly, the MTSF priorities, which were required by DPMNE and the precedents that we must consider. We have also taken into consideration the GGT, which is the provincial priorities, and we have also considered the SOPA pronouncement, as well as the Oscar Lukuta resolutions. And just to indicate, to say our plan has gone through the rigorous process of being assessed by OOP, which is the Office of the Premier, being assessed by National Department of Social Development, as well as Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Office of the Presidency, and it has been given a green light to be able to finalize the APP. I will now quickly reflect in terms of the departmental program structure, just to confirm that we still have program 1, which is basically the office of the MEC and the administration, your finance, your planning, all those chief directorates. And we have got program 2 in terms of the social welfare services, as well as program 3, children and families, and then the community-based care service for children, as well as program 4, the restorative services, and then program 5, development and research. Just to indicate, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members and MEC and our important stakeholders, here I'm just making a comparison between the strategic posture of the department and national social development. So some 5 years ago, there has been an agreement in the sector to say all the provinces should have the same vision as that of the national department. As we can see, the vision of caring and self-reliant society is the same vision that is confirmed by National Department of Social Development. Our mission, our impact statement, and our outcomes have not changed for the MTSF. We all know that we are trying to accelerate, obviously, performance in this financial year as we conclude the MTSF. In this slide, I'm just reflecting to say the line of sight in terms of the APP, it's in line with the national mandates, the NDP 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have considered all those as we conclude the MTSF. I'm now on slide 9, which is basically a narrative in terms of ensuring that our plans are linked to the National Development Plan as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm now on the slide that talks about the MTSF as well as the provincial priorities. We know that we have got 7 MTSF, which are social sector national priorities, but out of that 7, the one highlighted in blue, priority 2, is what is contained in the APP, which is the economic transformation and job creation. So we have indicators that talk about that particular priority. And the other priority, which is priority 4, is the one that we're championing as social development, which is consolidating the social waste through reliable and quality basic services, which is part of what the department is reporting quarterly to National Department of Social Development as well as Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And in terms of GGT, again, we all know, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC and our important stakeholders, that we have got 7 priorities, and out of those priorities, we're championing 2 priorities. One is economy, jobs, and infrastructure, as well as priority 4, which is safety, social cohesion, and food security. I'm also highlighting just the alignment with the National Department of Social Development Transformative Win, where there was a meeting of all the provinces together with the National Department to say we need to continue to ensure that we accelerate our services as we conclude the MTSF, but we also take into consideration the issues that have to deal with the staff development, training, as well as support to the NPOs. I'm now on slide 13, Honorable Chairperson. There we're just reflecting the 10-year performance, starting from 13-14. We can see that at 13-14 financial we're at 70%, and then we move to 81%. But notably, it's that in 2021, because of the pandemic, we then had that regression in performance, as we can see, 59%. But we'll remember at the time when we presented, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, to say even though we had challenges of pandemic during that particular period, in fact, the assessment by the OOP indicated that we won even at the national level by Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, we're one of the departments that were performing best performing at that 59%. But I just want to indicate that from 59%, we have still since accelerated performance as this particular sector, because in the 21-22 we were then at 73%, and we can now proudly say that we're beginning to go back to the glory days towards the 80%, because we're currently, in terms of the performance of the 2023, at 76%. It is important that I reflect this with our colleagues that are part of the performance of this as NPO, to say, even though we have a number of challenges, but we are still able to ensure that we accelerate performance in terms of the areas that are allocated to social development. And then on slide 14, I'm just reflecting again in terms of the performance, indicating the different programs from 18-19 to 2023, so I will not repeat there, just to indicate, to say the fact that we are at 76% is also demonstrated by a number of programs that have also increased the performance. We can see program 5 at 85%, restorative services at 100%, children and families at 73%, social welfare services at 50%, and administration at 57%. Then I'm on slide 15, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. Like I said, we're being assessed by DPMNE, like in other provinces and in other national department. In terms of priority 2, we stand at 56%, and in terms of priority 4, we're at 85%. Then in terms of the provincial priorities, which is slide 16, we are at 50% in terms of priority 1, as well as 90% in terms of priority 4. I'm now on slide 17. Here we're just reflecting in terms of the institutional realignment project, which is part of building internal state capacity. So this slide just reflects, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, to say we have just selected few indicators where the department has built internal capacity, and we have begun to allocate some of the targets, not just only to NPOs, but as well as to the department through our social workers, through our service points, so that you don't have a scenario that where you do not have an NPO in a particular community, committee members are not able to get services, but they are able to go to a local service office of the department. Then I'm on slide 18, just reflecting the provincial elevated priorities. The MEC and the acting HOD, they have spoken at length in terms of the priorities of the department with regard to elevated priorities, the homeless, the substance abuse, the skills development. On the next slide, I'm just reflecting the targets that we have in terms of the elevated priorities. As we can see, skills development, we have a target of 123, 292, and in terms of beneficiaries for food relief, 76,000. We're also reflecting the end of the term. Like I said, we are at the end of the term. So you will see later on, and then also be able to reflect performance against the end of the term. And then we also have targets on the number of beneficiaries of substance abuse prevention at 4 million. We also have the target on homeless, which is 3,000, and then as well as the outreach in terms of the homeless, which is 12,500. I'm now, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, and our critical stakeholders. I'm on slide 22. Here we're just reflecting the number of indicators that we have. So in terms of the 23-24 financial year, we've got 73 indicators. Then on slide 23, I'm just reflecting the provinces of social development in terms of the indicators. We can see that as a province, We are one of those that are leading in terms of the indicators that are in our APP, which we are fulfilling both as a department, as a NPO. We can see Limpopo has got 44 indicators in terms of their APP, Mpumalanga 45, Western Cape 51, Northern Cape 57, and as Gauteng we've got 69, closer to that of National Department, which is 75 indicators, and then the Eastern Cape 99 indicators. Then on the last slide, I'm just also indicating the comparison, just in terms of the provincial departments, to say again, as social development, we can see in the province, where have been the leading in terms of the indicators that we have in terms of the 21-22 financial year. Then I'm on slide 26. We're just indicating some of the new indicators that we have had because we started, we had 69, now we have moved to 73. It's precisely because we have added those indicators as outlined by both the MEC and the acting HOD in terms of the new priorities, which is the homeless, as well as skills development. So we now then move to 73. In terms of the indicators, those that, there are few indicators mainly in the administration that had to be cascaded to operational plan. As we all know that the focus, both in terms of DPMNE and in terms of the AG, the focus is more internally as opposed to the administration, which is more of support. But these indicators, they are still accounted and measured in terms of the operational plans. In terms of the TISH, slide 28, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members and MEC, we're just reflecting as well as our NPOs, the TISH mandate. To say part of the requirement is that there will be more focus as and when we render services in the township, informal settlement, as well as hostels. And that is the same message that we communicated in the engagement, in the extensive consultation sessions that we have had with the NPOs and the regions. Even our reporting requirement, Honorable Chairperson, it also do not just include the issue of the gender, youth, and disability, but we have also included the element of TISH, so that we are able to know, to say this service that we are rendering, be it HIV and AIDS, substance abuse, where are you rendering this service specifically? So they are able to reflect those areas. And obviously then we are then able to then give and then map those services in those particular areas. I'm now on slide 30. Here we're just reflecting some of the indicators that will have been reduced from the previous financial year. And the reasons in the main is to do with what the acting HOD has been explaining, to say in some of the municipalities, there are issues of changes in the bylaws, issues of the health permit. So when there's a change in the health permit, if the health permit says in this hall you can accommodate, last year you accommodated 30%, and then they say in terms of their bylaws, there are changes, you can no longer accommodate 8%, you can only accommodate 10%, it means then the APP must also accordingly change. So these are the indicators that have been affected in terms of the older person, in terms of the residential facilities, in terms of the community-based care services, as well as number of persons with disabilities. But like the acting HOD has said, that there are still those engagement with those municipalities so that we're able to see what can be done to salvage the situation. I will not talk to the financial issues. CFO will then be able to talk to those issues in due course. I'm now on slide 84. Okay, it's also finance issues. I will then move to deliverology. Just to remind Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, as well as our important stakeholders, our NPOs, because now I'm going to talk about deliverology. We know that deliverology in the province is one of the highest plan just before the APP, because it represents the agreement between the Premier and the MEC. So I'm just going to quickly reflect, because these indicators they also find expression in the APP. Like I said, that we're in the last financial year in terms of concluding the MTSF, In terms of number of beneficiaries participating in the welfare to work, we're currently at 80%. We have highlighted that in blue because we're saying Honorable Chairperson and Honorable MEC and Honorable Members to say we're doing very well at 80%, because all what you are left with is 20%, and if we accelerate performance in this remaining year, we can still be able to achieve the performance. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. In terms of skills development, we are at 101.7%, so we're already achieving that target, but we'll continue to accelerate to ensure that we continue to impact on positively on the lives of young people who are being skilled. On slide 36, there we're just reflecting to say if we do more in terms of welfare to work, it means we'll then be able to ensure that those that are receiving welfare to work will then be able to exit and give other people opportunities, because they will now begin fully self-employed. I'm now on slide 38, again in terms of cooperatives. In terms of the MTSF, we're doing very well there at 94%. I'm now at slide 40% as well. We can see there in terms of food relief, though the issue of food, like the MEC has indicated, it still remains a critical issue because most families are affected as most people are unemployed. But in terms of the target, as in line with the budget, in line with the MTSF, we are doing very well at 124%, but we note that it still remains a big challenge, and we still need more money and be able to ensure that we reach more families as required. In terms of food parcels, again, we have achieved the target there already. The issue where we still need to ensure that we accelerate and do more, both ourselves as NPOs and the department, is in terms of daily meals. And obviously that is impacted by the whole issues of the health permits of local government. Because if we have lesser NPOs who have got less space in terms of the confirmation to operate from and fewer beneficiaries, it means we'll not be able to reach the target. It's at 58%, so it's on red. In terms of number of people accessing food through feeding programs, it's 293%, so also doing sterling job there. I'm now on slide 42. In terms of learners in high-risk schools, this is the program that we run in collaboration with Department of Education. Again, here we're doing sterling job at 194%. The other key program, which we have some challenges, but they are being mitigated, which is more supply chain related issues, is number of school uniforms packs distributed at 81%, but there is plan underway to try and accelerate performance in terms of school uniform. As we can see, the budget allocated as well as the massified target in terms of school uniform. Again, the same issue of dignity packs. We're not doing very well there at 57%, but again, we have put plans to ensure that we are able to recover as well as the resources, which is the budget. I'm now on slide 46. We can see again, sterling job. Yes, substance abuse is a problem, but in terms of the targets that we have, both as a department and NPO sectors, we are doing very well at 91%, but we agree with what the MEC has indicated and honorable members to say it is a serious problem, the scourge of substance abuse, but we are at 91%. So we will be able to reach the MTSF target. In terms of the inpatient, again, 87%, we will be able to reach that target. Where we have challenges is the issue of the aftercare, which is the 64%, which we are still trying to accelerate performance to ensure that we are able to reach that particular target. I'm now on slide 47. Again, we can see sterling job there in terms of the prevention at 276%. And the question might be asked, Honorable Chairperson, to say why 276%? It's because we have learned lessons from COVID. To say in the past we used to only convene sessions in a hall like this, but after COVID we then devised other methods of reaching communities, which is televisions, through radio, massify, but also be able to have a means to be able to have evidence that is given through the radio station as well as TV. That's why AG is able to accept evidence, and that's why we're able to perform at this particular magnitude. Gimoja, we can as well see at 89%, as well as Gimoja for youth is at 160%. I'm now at slide 49%. In terms of the food parcels, again, we have surpassed the target, which is quite inspiring performance at 113%. It's important, Honorable Chairperson, that will reflect where we have inspiring performance so that our NPO colleagues that are here, they go and inspire the officials that report to them in those particular NPOs. Number of beneficiaries receiving daily meals, there we still need to accelerate our performance at 58%. It's not a good performance. In terms of the beneficiaries reached through social behavior change, is at 75%. We have just reflected in red because we say from performance point of view, we would want every performance at this point to be 80%, so that this year we are able then to conclude the remaining 20%. Number of beneficiaries receiving psychosocial support services is at 71%. I'm now on slide 51%. In terms of victims of crime and violence accessing services, again, there is sterling performance, 90%. We always know that these are negative indicators, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, and Honorable MEC, because obviously we do not desire to have people that are subjected to violence, but this is a situation that we have in the country. But we're just saying in terms of the performance, in terms of the targets, the allocation, we're doing well at 90%. In terms of the number of violence against children and women, including the 16 days of 16 days of activism, again, we're still in performance at 390%. I'm now at slide 54. In terms of the homeless, Honorable Chairperson, we're at 90%. We know this is one of the programs that has just been started some few years ago, and it has now found expression in the APP, as obviously the decision of the Executive Council, and we can see we're already doing well at 90%, and we'll continue to accelerate performance in terms of the services to persons that are homeless. In terms of older person community-based care services, we're not doing very well there, it's 64%, and the reason is associated with those issues that the acting HOD was talking about, the issues of certificates from municipalities, because if you don't get those certificates, then it impacts on the number of people that you can accommodate in those centers. Residential facilities, again, we're at 69%. I'm now on slide 57%. Services to persons with disabilities, both in terms of the protective workshop as well as the residential facilities, 66% and 67% respectively. So we still need to accelerate performance in this remaining financial year. In terms of the percentage of children placed in foster care, we're at 50%. I'm now on slide 61, Honorable Chairperson. In terms of the EPWP, we can see quite sterling performance, 83%, as well as people in income generating programs, 121%, as well as 104% in terms of the youth development structure supported. So there is a lot of work that is happening in terms of youth development and capacity building. Women participating in empowerment programs like 63, Honorable Chairperson, 77%, and then women on child support grant linked to economic opportunities, 69%. We're just left with 1% to reach the 80% mark, so we should be able to accelerate and still reach the desired performance. On slide 65, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, we're just reflecting, we are required by DPMNE to just reflect in terms of the DDM. So we're just reflecting to say those are the projects that we have in terms of the integrated facilities and that we're reporting in terms of the DDM. And it is on this basis, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, as well as the important stakeholders, that I want to recommend that the Portfolio Committee note the report of social development in terms of the 23-24 APP, as will be accelerating performance in ensuring that at the end of the financial year, we are able to report proudly against the MTSF and GGT. Thanks.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I know that according to the program, we're supposed to break for lunch. So I think we should just go to discussion, clarity-seeking questions, and then we can then go for lunch. Or do you still have to present Mr. Strauss? CFO? Ask his Manier. I thought because he was talking about the APP. Okay. Yes, ma'am. On the link, you know, we've been trying to sort out that thing. I don't know, because even when I was outside, there was a complaint that they can't hear. Sipa says they are trying to fix it. I don't know what is the problem. IT.
Okay. That's fine.
Is it fine now? I'm told it's fine now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, MEC and stakeholders. My presentation is just quickly going to touch with regards to the overall budget allocation for the department as was approved by the committee as well. And I think, Member Nteke, I'm going to try and respond to some of your issues raised initially as well as some of the questions from the floor or from the stakeholders. The first slide here then just looks at the different allocations between our various programs. You would then see for Program 1, there's been a reduction of 10%. Program 2, we're reflecting 33% reduction. Program 3, Children and Families, is remaining the same. Increase of 8.4 on restorative services, and development and research then at 43%. I think, Chair, it would be important to note that this budget as is here, as is reflected per the programs, is as what was submitted to Treasury and approved by yourself at committee. So it is not considering the adjustments that Mr. Ndweni has presented earlier. We've not factored that in. If I can quickly just give an indication, you'll find that for Program 2 under Social Welfare Services, there's about 186 million that would go additional to that budget that we are indicating there. For Children and Families, there would be 65 million that is coming into that space. Restorative Services, there would be a reduction then of 135 million. And then under Development and Research, it is a balancing figure. It's 341 million. But what we need to consider that within that 341 is in essence the 257, which is unallocated at this point in time. So some of that might still remain under Program 5. It might move into some of the other programs, I think, as we've indicated, just based on how we fund then the non-compliant organizations, if they are then able to be compliant through our next advert process. You would see then that Program 2 and 5 is in essence taking up 56% of that budget. Overall, and I think let's maybe move to the next slide.
Sorry, CFO. Honorable Msaka.
Sorry, CFO, sorry to interject. You gave us some very pertinent figures. The presentation, your opening remarks in terms of just the figures which you said there's a decrease here by this much. Could you just run through that again quickly?
100%. Okay, so under social welfare services, these are preliminary figures. I think that's important because that 250 million that is still unallocated, it must still be allocated into the various programs, so these figures will be subject to change. But I think we would be able to be in a position once we finalize that to tell you what was our original treasury budget year, where we've shifted then the funds, which would be affected only halfway during the year, during the adjustment budget, but it would already give you a sense of what the budget outlook would be. So we're looking under social welfare services, 186 million that would be added onto that, which takes you just over 800 or so. 65 million under children and families that will be added there. Restorative services, then a reduction of 135 million. And then under development and research, it's a balancing figure at this point in time of 340. Some of it might remain there, some of it might then move up into the other programs as we finalize on the 250 aspect. So in essence, the reduction is about 90 million under development and research, and then depending on how we allocate the 250. I hope that assists in clarifying just on how some of these numbers is moving. And I think as soon as we have finalized that, we can provide the detailed report as was requested to the committee.
Okay, maybe before you proceed, so that all of us are in the same page. This is as presented to us and was presented to legislature in the budget book. So where the budget was cut. So what you are talking about, the figures that you are giving to us, does it mean that when you do the adjustment budget, that is the figures that you are going to use to balance the budget? Before you proceed, so that all of us are on the same page.
100%.
Just to assist, I think we ought to be mindful that we've not presented the budget vote.
No, I'm not talking about the budget vote. I'm talking about the budget that was presented to us, that was tabled at the legislature. Is this the budget? Maybe if I can say this is the 60-40 budget. And maybe the balancing budget act that the CFO is talking about will be done at a later stage. I'm not too sure because it looks like all of us are now confused.
So that's the clarity I was providing. I think CFO spoke to it, that this is subject to change, because what we're presenting is work that is currently taking place. We've not presented our budget as yet. So what he's simply indicating is the work that's been taking place because of the engagements that have evolved with regards to the NPOs. So only when we present the budget vote can we speak with certainty on the amounts.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Through you, Chair, to MEC, can I just ask then, the amounts that the CFO is presenting as possible increases and possible decreases between he said they're preliminary and are not finalized. So can we just take this as an indication of possibly what's coming and not final amounts, so that when we take this, when we listen to the presentation, we know this is not final, but it gives us an indication of where the movements might be happening. Okay, then I'm happy to proceed. Thank you.
Just so that it is on record, I think, so that we're all on the same page. I'm also just trying to protect the CFO, because we don't want, when we come back and then you indicate that we gave you certain numbers. So it's quite important to indicate that it is subject to change, because we've not presented our budget voters yet. However, this is the indication of some of the movements based on the discussions with the NPOs and the SLAs that are being signed. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all of us are clarified. You can proceed, CFO.
Thank you very much. And not to create any further confusion on it, I think it's as per the Treasury budget that was submitted at year end. So as we would be changing as well, members, this change would only happen during our adjustment budget process during September. So in between then, as we track things, we will provide you with what's in your budget books, where we've adjusted so that you can see, I think we did something similar in our presentations last year as well, when we did reprioritization in the beginning of the financial year. Then moving on to the next slide, is just the overall budget increase of 0.25 for the department, which is quite a small increase considering all of the overall pressures and the increases overall in the cost of rendering services. So I think it's going to make our budget quite tight for this year. We did receive additional budgets over the MTEF as indicated. Firstly, improvement of condition of services, 50 million in the 23-24 year, then 50 million going forward in both the outer years. The EPWP incentive grant is 22 million that we've received. You only receive it year on year, so we don't have a projection that goes over the MTEF. And then infrastructure budget for this financial year, we received the additional 56 million. And then it's projected 86 and 90 million for those years. But those are obviously subject to being ready at that point in time in the next financial year. Then just moving to the next slide, is then breaking down in essence the allocation per economic classification. You would then see under compensation of employees, our budget has decreased there by 1.49%. I think those are things that is going to be quite difficult for us this year if we also consider then the increases that has been negotiated for government employees within the limited budget space. Goods and services, you see an increase of 15%. The non-profit institution budget is a decrease of 2.5%. But I just want to quickly, so that because MEC was mentioning that there was no cuts in anything, and as well, just for everyone to understand that overall on the NPO budget, effectively there's been an increase from the previous financial year to this financial year of 65 million. The figures that we are reflecting in the left-hand column as the final appropriation was our final figures at the end of the financial year, last financial year. And I think members would recall that during adjustment process, we did reprioritize funds from goods and services to NPOs. So that inflated your final balance for your NPO budget as compared to where you started at the beginning of the year. So this reduction that is reflected here is in essence just that reprioritized money that's going back to its allocated area. And hence the big jump within the goods and services budget is just those funds again going back to their normal position. Then with buildings and other fixed structures, budget is 74 million. It's pretty consistent there. Machinery and equipment has been cut quite significantly by 73%. And then you would also see if we look at the percentage contributions, the non-profit institutions is accounting for 41% of our overall budget. You would see our own goods and service, our own COE is only 36% of our budget, and then obviously the 15% that we utilize for the goods and services in rendering the services. Moving to the next slide, then on compensation of employees, that budget includes the allocation of the improvement of conditions of service. The department will fill the vacant posts on the structure through the COE budget allocation. Then the major contributors under the goods and services budget is your dignity packs of 160 million, school uniform of 168 million, food parcels 50 million, and then 7.8 on food parcels relating to ART clinics. Then I've touched on the 22.4 million that we have received with regards to the EPWP incentive grant. Then looking at the next slide is just quickly touching on new infrastructure is going to contribute 22 million. Rehabilitation and renovations is 31 million. 21 million for upgrades and additions. Our maintenance and repairs to all of our facilities is 57 million. And then non-infrastructure items, it's architectural services, IDMS, towns, and asset planning is 25 million, so 156 overall for infrastructure. Then just touching on the new infrastructure projects that we are for this 23-24 financial year. Shushanguve, Pretoria West, Townlands Inpatient Rehab Center, 4 million allocated to that. Kutsong Social Integrated Facility is 4 million allocated. Bakkersdal Social Integrated is 3 million. Pantubonke Social Integrated 3 million. Sharpeville is 3 million. Boipatong Social Integrated is 3 million. And then 6.2 was allocated for the rehabilitation of Father Smangiso Mokatswa, CYCC. And then 4 million of the overhauling of existing buildings to accommodate homeless people in Benoni. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, that brings me to the end of the presentation. I hope it clarified some aspect on the budgeting process, and I think we can provide those details as we have finalized the final allocations on the NPI budgets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CFO. Honorable members, I think we should move to discussion and clarity-seeking questions on the budget and APP, and then we'll then finish the agenda, and then we can go for lunch. Can I note hands? Honorable Mtsaka? Looks like you're the only one. Member Paternoster? Okay, thanks.
Chair, thank you very much. Just a few questions. I think in the presentation, one thing that is outstanding, and through you to the MEC, we've seen the homelessness budget increase, I think from 84 to 100 and something odd million. And I just want to highlight that as a portfolio committee, we are still awaiting the strategy to be presented to us, because we haven't seen that yet. And it's concerning that we have a strategy, something added, but we've never seen what the strategy actually looks like. Then I wanted to ask, where we've got indicators that are affected, what happens to the beneficiaries who were accessing those services, such as the luncheon clubs, the persons with disability, the facilities, and the protective workshops? I'm talking to the first presentation, Chairperson, sorry. These are from that presentation. And then a question that I think is a general concern for me when I listened to the first presentation. The department had higher achievements in terms of actual achievements versus the targets in the previous year. And yet, when you look at the targets they've set for themselves for this fiscal, it's far, 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 far lower. I don't understand that rationale. I would think if your achievements is far more than your targets, you would have set a higher target for this fiscal. And I can quote all the pages, 36, 38, 40, 42, 43, 44, 46, 47, all of them, right through to 63. Then something that I think I will tie with the two presentations, if you can assist me, because here's where I'm challenged. Maybe starting with the CFO's presentation, I see that in your presentation there's a big increase in dignity packs and school uniforms, yet we know as a department and a portfolio committee, this is the areas where the department has failed to perform for the past 5 years. So, having said that, there was a lot of legislative issues that the department was failing to meet. How we still carry on with having dignity packs and school uniforms, maybe the department can clarify whether now, legally, financially, from a treasury point of view, will the department be able to execute this particular issue? Then going back with the same issue into the APP presentation, I want to know how this will be done. Are we now going to be looking at straight transfers to NPOs, like to the cooperatives, as is done with NPOs? Because I know previously there was going to be a company that will then transfer funds to cooperatives, and that didn't materialize. So I think take NPOs, us as portfolio committee, into confidence of how we will make sure this project or these initiatives are met. Because for me, I'm a very logical thinker. If you fail to perform for 5 years, I would be saying to you, why are you still running this project? Because you cannot meet the legal framework within which you have to perform this particular initiatives. So it goes to both presentations. And then just a quick one on foster care. I'm always concerned when I see children sitting in foster care, and I had a case, MEC, which I'll give you the details of it, but I'll talk to it generally here. It seems to be like there's a struggle with the Form 30s that come from our department, from Gauteng DSD, to foster mothers to be able to renew or apply for court orders for children to be placed with them. I think it's something that the department must look into, because then it's an impediment, because then we want our children to either remain in abusive homes or places that we don't want to see children in, and denying them the loving care and facility with a foster parent. And let me not just say foster mother, because I'm discriminating against men who are potentially very good foster parents. But I want to bring that because as a presentation from APPs came through, it worried me because that case came to me last week. And then my other question to budget presentation now is in terms of, and I know, Chair, through you to MEC, I know you need to protect the CFO, and I completely understand where you're coming from. But we have an unusual situation. There's something that basically made my eyes pop when the CFO said we will go to adjustments only in September. So what I want to know now is, listening to the presentation and let me put it as reversing the reprioritization or funding to make sure that those 4 sectors that had basically lost fundings are now being covered again. And you're saying the adjustments will only be done in September. I'm not being political, but I want to know what covers the NPOs now until September, in terms of the concerns that obviously as a portfolio committee we sit here and people are saying we haven't had people paid in April, will they be paid in May? And what will happen until September when the adjustments then are officially done? So I think, Chair, I'm going to leave it at those questions. And I do preface my question with what the MEC said, to say these are preliminary figures subject to change. But what will cover the NPOs? Because, like I'm saying, we are operating under the most unusual circumstances, where I'm saying to the department as a portfolio committee, otherwise I'm not doing my legislative mandate. What will happen till September? Because, especially as an example, if I look at that 247 odd unallocated funds, there are beneficiaries in those NPOs that are non-compliant. We don't know what sectors they come from, but they are vulnerable people. What is going to happen? I think that question maybe the MEC or the acting HOD can answer. What will happen to those beneficiaries while the funding is sitting unallocated because they are non-compliant? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Member Msaka. Yes, Member Badenoth, and then Member Engelbrecht will follow.
Okay. Chair, thank you. I would like to concur with Member Mseke, because the monies that are being shifted around doesn't make sense to me. And the other thing is this, Chair. This story of the school uniforms, there was questions in the legislature about school uniforms, and the school uniforms were never delivered. So I want to know, how can they allocate budgets that are not taking place? Because why these monies are being allocated for school uniforms, but the children doesn't get the school uniforms. So I want to know if there was 5,000 packs delivered, at which schools were these packs delivered? Because it was never mentioned or stated that this is the schools and we delivered the packs to the schools. But overall, these monies that are being allocated on school uniforms, who gets this money? Because there's nothing that the department can show that the people got the school uniforms. Because no one so far where I went to all the schools, they told me straight away in my face, there's no school uniforms delivered here, that the only things that they received was small packages with games in it. And I mean, if you say you delivered school uniforms and you give children toys at ECD levels, how can you come and say to the community that it was school uniforms that were delivered? And the other thing is this, dignity packs, even the food parcels, Chair. The food parcels, people don't get these food parcels because I live in a community where people are really poor. People are struggling to meet ends. And tell me, if so much money has been allocated for food parcels, who gets these food parcels? Is there certain people that are benefiting and the others don't? Is it fair towards the communities? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thanks very much. Chair, I get very concerned when our indicators are reduced from 161 to 70 indicators. And then when we get compared to departments like the Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Education, there's no way that in terms of what the Department of Social Development does and the huge service that we provide across all the different programs and the vulnerable, that we can be compared to a department like infrastructure or education. And what it has done, it has taken away the ability for us as legislators to do oversight. And I'm looking at, and I'll give an example of some of the indicators that have been removed to the operational plan, which means that we do not have access to those indicators. And these are important indicators. We're looking at, for example, the number of children in need of care and protection placed in CYCCs. That's been removed to the operational plan. That's critical for us to know that. Number of persons with disabilities accessing funded assisted living facilities. It's critical for us to know those type of numbers. So I agree that maybe the indicators could be reduced, but to reduce the indicators with 100 indicators, Chair, is just for me, you know, it puts a lot of questions to what is happening in this department, and especially if we look at the indicators that have been removed to the operational plan. These are important indicators. So my request to the MEC and the department is to reevaluate this, because it's taking away my mandate to be able to do proper oversight over the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Maybe I just want to add a little bit to Member Engelbrecht's concerns. When you have indicators moving to the operational plan, what I do want to know is, from a legislative point of view, as a portfolio committee, there's a budget, and we have to oversight the full budget and how the budget is spent. Those indicators, if they are not moving to the operational plan, will they be indicated in the annual report of the department, because we have to oversight the full 5-point-something odd billion that's allocated to the department? But how do we do that oversight if the indicators are now moving into an operational plan? Second to that, if you look page 27 of the APPs, on supply chain management, it basically just says removed from 2023-2024 APP was a duplicate on the other indicator, but it doesn't even tell you what the other indicator is. So for me, as much as I understand that the department wants to shrink the indicators, but I don't necessarily agree with it, because if you operate with public funds and there's a portfolio committee, the portfolio committee must be able to oversight up to the last cent of what happened to that money. So how can it be that that operational plan takes precedence over an APP which denies the portfolio committee access to exactly where that funding is going? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Bananas.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's one thing that I forgot. The substance abuse. Chair, I see the percentages and everything that's been indicated here. Even on the elderly, let me see. Let me just make sure, yeah. Food parcels, it's the food banks, it's the beneficiaries receiving daily meals. Okay, that's on 58%. I'll leave that out for now. And the feeding program, for feeding programs. Chair, these things, as I reiterated, I'm living in a community that's very poor. Chair. And I've never seen these things happening in that community of ours. And the other thing is this, Chair. The substance abuse. There's an informal settlement in Eastras. Let me just quote that one. There's an informal settlement in Eastras. Chair, and there's, I think most of the people in that informal settlement, I think 50% of them are on substance abuse. And I've never seen social development going into that informal settlement to go and inquire about people that's on substance abuse or whatever, even in the whole of Eastras. Mama Lordy, I can name it, Chair, but these things are not happening, but this money's been allocated. So where does all this monies go to? Who is the beneficiary of all these monies? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for that input. CFO, you know the issue of the APP targets not talking to the budget has been always my issue. Because when you look at the percentages here, target achieved, but when you go to the budget, it says something else. So maybe if you can clarify that. And if you remember well, in that meeting, I think it was my first meeting, I said fourth quarter will come, the end of the financial year will come, and we'll hear a different story around issues of dignity packs, around issues of uniform. And you promised me that time in the committee that there's a process that is unfolding. So I just wanted to check with you if that process has yielded results, because it looked, at that time when you presented, it looked like it's something that will happen before the end of the financial year. So on the overachievement, I'm just asking myself why, if you can be able to remove other indicators from the operational plan, and you overachieve 124%, 113, 293%, and you are still keeping the target as is. What is the difference between the ones that you have removed and the ones that you are overachieving and you are not changing? Thank you very much. Stakeholders, I don't know if there's anything, because I think the MEC did clarify that what was like confusing all of us, that this is a preliminary budget, and I hope that you will be able to make your inputs as well. I can note, I'm going to start first by my far left. There's someone there at the back. How many are they there at the back? I can't see. One. Okay, we can also take row 2. You are noted 1, 2. So there are 3 this side. Let's first take those 3 hands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Annelien Rousseau. I'm from the disability sector. I'm quite concerned when I look at the achievement on the indicators that it's only 66% for protective workshops and 67% for the residential care facilities. And I suspect that one of the reasons for this is coming back to what we have discussed previously, the problem with compliance, and especially with the health certificates that protective workshops can't really access due to the fact that municipalities say they don't have the scope to issue a health certificate for protective workshops. My other concern is that there's nowhere mention being made for the services that's been offered to people with disabilities in the communities through psychosocial services. Most of people with disabilities don't access protective workshops in residential facilities and receive only services through psychosocial services. And that was one of the issues during this trying times, is that the social work post that was delivering these services was cancelled. I'm very concerned about this and how we're going to address it in future to ensure that people in the communities with people with disabilities receive the psychosocial services. Thank you, Madam.
Dima, we can move to the middle row, the second row.
This one.
Is it good morning or good afternoon already? Good afternoon. It's Angelique again. I'm sure you're going to hear my voice everywhere when it gets to children and people that are vulnerable, and it's a very big thing for me. There is one question that I do really want to ask is, how close do you work with Department of Education? When it gets to your school uniforms, your dignity packs, and also social workers that are supposed to be at school levels, what is happening with your collaboration or cooperation between the two departments, Education and Department of Social Development? Big question that I need to ask there, because those figures that are indicated in here definitely does not reflect the true facts of what's happening at school level. Because at your schools, drugs are rife, sex is rife, banking is rife, etc. And there are no social workers at school levels. So the indicators that you have is definitely not what's happening on the ground, which is extremely concerning. The other question that I want to ask is the situation with regards to food parcels, for example. How close are you working with Department of Agriculture? I know that Department of Agriculture and DSD has just now joined forces. But when it gets to your food parcels, as well as what is going into the food parcels, you have got HIV and you've got people suffering from diabetes, but how do you actually provide more oil and more nonsense packs inside your food parcels instead of having healthy meals that are well balanced for people that are suffering with these extreme health conditions? The other thing is as well, I know that the acting AGD earlier on indicated that there are these service delivery places, and if I take a look at the RP project, I don't know where these figures come from, because it is very strange that figures, when it states children in foster care, there's a 0. And then what the government has done versus NPOs, those figures and numbers are so close together that it is actually quite scary. When you go to your service points from a municipal perspective, those environments are not child-friendly. They're actually, that is an extremely dilapidated municipal building. How can you take a little child into that place when people that are working there, your own staff from the municipal levels, are actually, it's a dangerous and health risk to work there. So how do you take children that are vulnerable, abused, into those environments? So where your NPOs actually have a very child-friendly environment. So I don't know if these figures that you have on presentation 7, page 17, are actually very close to what is happening. How close are you working with Department of Infrastructure to make sure that your buildings are being maintained properly as well? From the Welfare Forum, there is a question that I am definitely going to bring through because it's important to also have a voice for people that can't be here. There is a question from regards to, allow me to name the person rather, is Chantal, that asked, they've been under the DSD for 6 years. Caregivers have been given the same salaries for the past 9 years. Thank you for the funding. However, what is happening to the cost and escalation of living? And when is that adjustment going to be made at these care places? Next person, budget have been unchanged for years. Services have been stable and increased. When can cost of living increases be expected? Increases cost of living not considered. The last 5 to 6 years needs to be planned for earlier when it gets to your budgets. And with that, I would like to end my questions. Thank you.
Chantal, I think when I started opening the meeting, I said this is the precinct of the legislature, and we need to engage respectfully. So I just want you to withdraw the word nonsense that you are putting in the food parcels, because that is not the decorum. It's really.
My humble apologies. I did not realize the word nonsense came through so quickly, but it was probably in my mind and it came through my mouth. But can we just have health packs and healthy dietary requirements within the food packs? It's what I was actually trying to say. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
It's okay. The department will respond because I know that they are using dietitians, so they will respond to that. As long as you have withdrawn the word nonsense. It's fine.
Oh, sorry. I do, please.
It also goes to other members who are going to speak. Can you please respect the decorum of this house? Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Chair. Cha lo sislo unethedisi ukuthatha ama points wami. Kodwa ngizobheka nje. I think Chair, the thing is the food banks are sort of operating in terms of distributing food parcels, but it's still kuna confusion because mawuya ku social development or isasa bazokutshela ukuthi we are no longer distributing that because we don't have a mandate, it's a new mandate and so on. So I don't know if confusion le ukuthi MEC will be able to clarify it with kahle the food bank are the ones now who are distributing the food parcels to the communities, or because now even the very same distribution kunama councillors are involved. We are not saying you should not be involved, but again, involvement yabo, it gives us a problem. Because now, ikhetha iphela emasini, and that's going to be a serious problem. Ixabanisa the communities. So that's one issue. Another issue, I think I need to appreciate, because I'm also a member SGP in one of the schools in Sebokeng. So this dignity pack, as a father who's unemployed, ngiyayibona indodakazi yami came with this dignity pack almost every time. So young relieved, and I'm for as a single parent also to buy ngemali enganayo, which is unemployed. So I think there's a visible impact there because I see it working. So the only problem enginayo ile ukuthi the school uniform, the criteria in terms of giving the school uniform to the general schools, particularly with the no-fee schools, or I don't know how do they distribute uniform. And the companies that are approached to develop or to do this uniform for our kids are companies that we're trying to empower them, but I think even though we appreciate the money that you go, we take it out to those. But the product, ingati, aizi ingisimeni esikulisayo. We sometimes uthola ukuthi maba bayenza ilogo yesikolo ingeyindlela exakile. But or uthola kuneyicathulo is not the isicathulo yabona. I'm not complaining, but I'm saying ukuthi sometimes mawusiza afuna ukusiza umuntu sustain ukuthi ungampi isicathulo, don't give a child a shoe today, in the next 3 months that shoe it's broken, it's a mess. So it means somehow we must check the product that we are trying to assist our vulnerable communities or kids who are trying to also, yeah. I think generally this project are working, but I'm worried only about this. This is the only one, the uniform. The criteria that you choose to distribute to respective schools, how do you develop it as this department? So because I think it's not received to all of us. So I'm boni effective that much, but linear dignity packs, if ever we are talking about the dignity packs that are distributed at schools, I think it's 100% working from my experience as an NGP member in one of the schools. So I think, Chair, that's the only things that I wanted to put forward to the department to check and maybe answer them. Thanks.
Are we done in this row? Can you come this side? You are noted. The second one at the back and the third one. So you only have 3 hands this side. 4. Okay, thanks. In that order.
Thanks, greetings. Chair, I don't know whether should I stand up or should I address as seated?
Whatever makes you comfortable.
Okay. Standing is much better, you see. My name is Samuel Mashims. I'm from Tembisa, and then it's an honor for I to be part and parcel of this type of session. MEC, the last time when I was granted this type of an opportunity, I requested your presence in Tembisa, meaning the MEC, because there were some changes, so my memory in our problems. So I hereby again re-invite you to come and visit the Tembisa. I don't want to indicate, since it's in a prima ebuye Tembisa, we'll go to him and ask his intervention when coming to a lack of social development at the grassroots level. I indicated the issues of Inyaope is very serious. You see, we're losing the next generation. And then the very same people about my victims, they are our children. You see, it's Zugulu Zed. So what are we doing? When I looked at this table, I'm seeing Abu Mama, you see, in majority. But why are we failing to develop our society? What is the problem? Since 1994 until today, we are busy talking about our socio-economic challenges, collectively so as a nation, you see? But we are not attaining and say, this is what we have achieved. It's very worrying. All of us who are from the street level, no one will tell me, Ogotubeago province. But things that we see at the grassroots level, are you not seeing them, MEC? Are you? Or are you seeing them? So if you are seeing them, we are there at the grassroots level to assist you. I want to ask the following questions. Pardon me, Chairperson, I also wanted to submit a disclaimer to say if I speak much and more, please just hit me on my hand so that I can, yeah, that's it. Because I've noticed that there's no time limit here. So pardon me, you see. So MEC, I want to understand what informs the Department of Social Development to come with this type of programs. Like for an example, the homelessness. Is it based on a viability or feasibility study or any studies that was conducted by the department? I grew up as a beneficiary under Department of Social Development. Most of the people that have groomed me, they are social workers in Tembisa. So we've got that type of a potential to develop as Tembisans. I requested previously to say I was a participant under this program, development centers. They were closed. So I want you as an MEC to revisit that and conduct investigation in terms of why were they closed, because Vietnam assets. The other part, also check in terms of, if you fund me as an NPO for 10 years at an amount of 1 million, so it's 10 million. Should I come to you again after 10 years and beg? That shouldn't be the case. You see? Because when you fund me, it's like you are enticing me. It's like, so that meaning, I won't be able to criticize you. So you need to be able to say, Semi, we've funded you for so long. Let's give a chance to other people. Because we are relying on social. We shouldn't be social destroyers. We should be social developers. You see? So I'm giving you a date, MEC. You failed on this, MEC. You see? As I continue, MEC, if you failed on this, I'm going to the office of the Prima and indicate that you are not servicing us. That I can do. So I'm giving you a date. Next week on Friday, we'll appreciate, you see, to come to Tembisa and conduct a site visit at number 1 Kopano. Hello? They are interrupting me, Chairperson. Am I protected?
You are protected.
Thanks, you see. So next week at 9 o'clock. You see, sometimes when you speak the truth, go by nama interruptions. You see? When you speak, when you express. Angeke ngisuke eTembisa just for years if it's an outing. This is very paining. But I cannot risk my life to participate in this program just for the sake of playing. So I'm on a serious note. Thanks.
Abaku-intimidate manje Thank you very much. The other one, I've checked on the platform, we don't have this, but sometimes
I'm going to try and the right of questions first. Comment made by I think the department has been waiting for the portfolio committee for years now to come and present the whole budget. We will still that the invite will actually come. Thank you. That is not on the issue of the officials, as I said. But we know that you touch on the what officials but on the higher into our previous performance, I think it is over 1 million in the last administration. And the difficulty gets us this in schools across the country. So we are working with the Department of Education, which directs us to the key, especially from the Queen Country, or something. With no PP, no PP schools. Or sorry. And then with regard to school reform, the term is currently under evaluation in Honorable Chair. And the award for school reform will be done before the end of June this year. So that we are ready to distribute school reform for the next academic year. With regard to food, the tender was issued on the 12th of May. I think it goes to the, if I'm not mistaken, it goes next week. But, Chair, I'm sure you will recall that we were presenting reports from COVID up to now in terms of the number of people who are reaching with food relief. And some of those people were reached even during the term of the honorable chair. So there's a simple process we follow. So we don't involve councillors in the distribution of our food. And also the councillors in their own right, they were able to raise funds and so they all donations and most of the time that is consumed to the social development. Our process is very clear, it's an administrative and professional process, and councillors are not involved in the distribution of food from social development.
Honorable members, as the chairperson said, this is advised by the dietitians. Our food parcel content has got the following items, and we have been told by dietitians that this is healthy. It has got peanut butter, maize meal, sugar, cooking oil, tea bags, rice, salt, multi-purpose soap, canned fish, canned beans, soya beans, all-purpose liquid soap, dishwashing liquid, and vegetables, which include carrots, onions, spinach and cabbage, beetroot, and potatoes. We have been told that it is a balanced food parcel, Honorable Chair.
we are subject to be guided further in an instance where maybe we can improve on that one. IRP project, there was a question on the IRP. Honorable Chair, the IRP project remains on track, which is about building state capacity to deliver on constitutionally mandated services. But we will engage with NPOs as the MEC has already committed through the summit and other platforms that are relevant. But I'm sure that we will all appreciate the fact that there is a desire on the part of the department to increase and build our capacity to be able to deliver on constitutionally mandated services. Salaries of caregivers have been increasing, Honorable Chair, in line with the ministerial determination. But we have not been able to increase the budget, Honorable Chair, because in the current financial year, we only received an increase of 0.25% from Treasury, which is around 13 million. So if we don't get additional allocation from Treasury, it becomes impossible to actually effect the desired increases in as far as funding of NPOs are concerned. But we are faced with the same problem that the NPOs are facing. There's donor funding that is drying up. Equally for the state, there is shrinking of the tax base. So we really have to find a way, how do we deal with these issues as a collective. There was then the comment on whether our programs are based on any study. We have done a study on homeless, which has also informed our strategy. We have done studies on the school uniform, dignity peg, substance abuse to determine the impact of our interventions. So we believe that we're not being far from being scientific in as far as our approach is concerned. Pastor Sanabria's comment, Honorable Chair, the budget decreased in the main because of the classification circular 21. Because in the past, we used to fund cooperatives directly to do school uniform under the transfer payments. But after classification circular 21, we then had to move school uniform, dignity packs, and the food to supply chain management. And that is done through the tender process. And that explains the reduction that you have seen as you reflected earlier on. But in any case, we were the only province in South Africa where the total budget allocated to the department, 53% of that goes to the NPOs. The rest of the other provinces is 25%, 26%, and so forth. So, residential facilities and reduction, we don't have control over what municipalities do. You know, in Sidibeng, not long ago, when we were still managing ECD, they introduced new bylaws and they reduced the capacities of many ECDs. And when we ask for your compliance, you give us a certificate that says you can only serve 30 children. Even if you have 50 children, there's no way the department will fund 50 children when your certificate says you are only allowed to keep 30 children in your facility. Yeah, I think I've covered quite a number of issues in the interest of time, Honorable Chair. The programs under disability, we implementing residential care, protective workshops, independent living, prevention and early intervention, and so forth. So there is a package of services that we render in as far as disabilities are concerned. I think those are the issues that I think are very critical for me to respond to, Honorable Chair. If you are happy with the responses, we will be happy to. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Many of Strauss people. The usual question. Okay. Yeah. Maybe the MEC will choose to respond or not to respond on the question. Samuel, Magati, you need to come and do an investigation at Tembisa. So I don't know if you'll go to Tembisa or you'll choose to respond to that question. I think that is the only one that is not responded to. Yes, Honorable.
Sorry, I was quite interested in the Dekabasi explaining, or rather answering Pastor Sanabria's question around the reduction of funding. And then you went to Circular 21, which then sparked my interest because it links to the question where I asked, I don't know whether somebody else is going to respond to it, to say, now with the cooperatives and because they were doing the school uniforms and the dignity packs, unless the CFO is going to respond to that, are we now where we've now got a legislative framework where we are able to, you know, execute those programs for dignity packs, school uniforms, and thank you.
Honorable Chair and members of the board. Is it okay if I answer sitting here, Chair?
Okay, it's fine.
Okay, thanks, Chair. With regards to foster care, we have really made a lot of progress to address the backlog. And even though the North Gauteng High Court order was extended to November 2023, but as the department, we put systems in place to micromanage, you know, the backlog. We had road shows, we had micromanagement meetings at provincial level and also at regional level where there were meetings bi-weekly with the NPOs to address the gaps to unblock the challenges that were there. One of the things that the department did was to also train social workers in all the 5 regions, Honorable Ncheke. We've got social workers that are designated by the head of the department. They were trained on the national system. They can access, if a parent goes to the region with a completed Form 30, there are social workers who are trained to access the system and they will be assisted immediately and the outcome can be, you know, printed here and there. So we no longer have issues with accessing the system. So the Form 30s is a thing of the past for the department. Thank you.
Thank you. CFO.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I think there's just quickly 3 things I want to touch on. I think the first simple one, the blank spaces that was in the present meaning, it's a 0. So if it's a blank, it should indicate a 0. I think it was on software that question arose. Then with regards to the implementation around school uniform, let me maybe start off with that one. We went with a panel approach with regards to the tender that we put out. So cooperatives is then participating within the panel. It doesn't mean that you are just having one supplier that then must run with the whole process. You have a range of suppliers that is being appointed that you on an ongoing basis can appoint to manufacture as and when you need them. It also allows for you then to, on a yearly basis, open it up for additional cooperatives or companies to apply. But it's still following the normal open tender processes to ensure that there's a proper process around that, but we've made it in such a way that then the cooperatives is able to come in and compete and form part of our panel process. When we look at the dignity packs with regards to the involvement of cooperatives, is we are taking a direct subcontracting approach where we are then saying that they must subcontract, especially the manufacturing of toilet papers, packaging, and some of the other functions where they must then subcontract to cooperatives, so we ensure that they are still empowered through that process in the dignity packs. I think that the next concern was just with regards to the budget adjustment, with regards to moving to September. I think that is just, in essence, the formalized process of adjusting the budget on papers, because you run on various cycles. It doesn't necessarily affect our cash balances and our cash on hand. So we don't have to wait to September to affect the payments based on the budget adjustment processes that we are doing internally. It just then follows the normal formalized processes of ensuring that it's gone through yourselves for approval and Treasury on the various approval levels. But we won't wait till September before we pay. I think the last aspect was just, and I think it's an ongoing aspect, is the budget to targets. Some of them you can draw a direct correlation, where there would be a price cost that you can allocate in rendering a service. Some of your targets is going to be needs-based as well. So it depends how many people are coming to you for the service, but you must still be able to render that service. And because a lot of it, our services is as well, it's based on a social worker or someone being there. So their caseload, it can vary based on how many clients. So there is some fluctuations. You cannot always pull a direct link, because if you put a social worker with regards to the reach of beneficiaries, there's additional cost of the social worker's laptop, the car that they travel with, and all of those. So it's sometimes difficult to directly allocate a specific cost to specific indicators. But on the ones like school uniform, dignity packs, older persons in a residential facility, there we can make direct cost correlations. And where we can, those budgets has been done accordingly. And then obviously on the other ones, you have to factor in the cost of your COE and how that plays into the targets. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Okay.
Just around the issue of the cooperatives that you're saying it's now going to tender, how are the cooperatives then be protected? Because it sounds like then they will potentially have to compete with more commercial or entities who will have a farm, what is the word? Their costs in terms of delivery, they can undercut, and then we end up back in that space where we're not empowering cooperatives, and then you end up empowering big retailers because they have more cost-effective means of producing uniforms and dignity packs. That's what I had as a concern.
It's a simple response to that. We are not doing competitive pricing on our panel. So we set out a price up front to say we're inviting suppliers to participate at these prices. So everyone participates at the same price. It was based on previous market prices that we have done. And you will consider then year-on-year price increases with inflation or whatever linked to this. So everyone competes at the same price. We didn't want, because it then becomes impossible for a panel to function. If you're running at variable, because that's where the trick then comes in competitiveness in that. So we awarded, there's a price, and you participate, you qualify to participate at that price. So everyone gets the same price across the board, and that's why we can then use multiple organizations in the panel process to deliver. Thanks.
Before you leave the podium, yeah, it's a brilliant idea to have a panel, ne? But I think I was a bit concerned, like member, but maybe in a different way, to say you have a panel with the same price. Now, how are you going to source from the panel? Are you using a rotational system, or how are you going to source services from that panel? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Yes, it would be a rotational process, but I think as well, if we look in past experience with regards to the number of cooperatives that apply and the capacity that they have, we sometimes fell short with what our true need is on that. So you might have a situation, we will in all likelihood appoint everyone, and then still have to reappoint to make up all of the numbers with regards to what we are delivering in a year. So you won't have a situation where some people are not getting, you in essence most probably award and then still re-award to make up all of the numbers in that sense. And as well with this award, we can now, anytime during the year, so if there is as well additional needs that come up, we don't just have to stick to the beginning of the school academic year. Because you have the panel, you have access to them right throughout the year to, for any eventuality, deliver on that. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
The term, is it 3 years or is it indefinite?
I think we set it out as 3 years, but then every year you can open up for additional people to join in and apply again, without having to for the other people to reapply. So you can bring on additional co-ops. So the ones that didn't qualify, we can go back, we can train them, they can come in the next one, and so we carry on with that. So we can't shut everyone out for a 3-year period. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me see, maybe before you respond, hona le ntate wa ko Sebokeng a na bua ka clinic. Ke tlo kopa hore o tlatse form e pinki dima if ha se tlatse, then re tla e nka re romele ko Department of Health, then they'll be able to respond to that matter ya hao. I didn't want to stop you. I think it's because I come from local government where we take everything, even issues that are not local government related, we take them and then we refer them to the relevant department. Oscar House Atola Karabua, we did not take your question serious. You can come in, let me see.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe just to respond to this last engagement and the questions that came, is really to say that I think in terms of the PFMA, the issue and how we transform the PFMA, it comes back to this table. And I think this is something that we need to look into on the restrictions that are there and the restrictions that the Treasury imposes because of the PFMA. So I'm really throwing it back to this table to say we're identifying that there's problems, that the PFMA in its current form empowers those who are able to compete, who are bigger in nature, and because they're able to supply and with regards to the economies of scale, so they are able to produce at a cheaper level and so forth. So that's something that we need to do, because at least as lawmakers, that power is within our hands. Unfortunately, officials simply have to follow suit, and this has been the biggest delay in terms of the tenders and how we have sought to finalize on them. So I'm really throwing it back to the table and saying, we plead to work together so that we're able to conclude on that, and how we bring some level of transformation to the PFMA as a major stumbling block. And then just in terms of, there was a complaint about the salaries of the social workers, and we hear this a lot with every engagement with the NPOs. And the department is faced with a decision. One, our budget is not growing, so if we are to increase the salaries, it means we must take a decision whether do we cut the number of NPOs that we fund, and therefore we're able to give people the salaries at the rate that you're requesting, or do we continue to work with what we have so that we're able to distribute to more people? And I'll throw it back to yourselves to say, perhaps as we go to the summit, you're able to guide us. Because this question keeps coming up, and we have a particular budget that we work within. So it's a simple decision that needs to be made. Do we rather cut so that we can give more and increase the salaries, or do we continue to give what is affordable and so that we cover more people? So I think that's a discussion we can take also to the summit. And then there was a comment about the department having failed for the past 5 years in terms of the provision of school uniforms, food parcels, dignity packs. I just thought we should correct that. It's not a failure. Perhaps the failure is on the tender, to finalize on the tender, but it's not the absence of the work being done. Because what the department has been able to do is to still implement on this, but through RFQ. So it's not a failure of the work being done, it's a failure of the tender being finalized, and there's a huge distinction. So I thought we should clarify that. And then there were comments about individuals indicating that they don't see the work that's being done in Esterust especially. So the data from the GCRO indicates that we've got 3 million people that are regarded as being under abject poverty in the province. If you look at our targets in terms of the distribution of the dignity packs, the food parcels and so forth, we're not going to reach that number. And they don't speak to that number. So we can't feed everybody, realistically speaking. The department can do what it can and tries to reach as many people as possible. But it is a huge number, and that's why we were indicating earlier that with the constrained economic landscape where there's far lesser of funds for us to be able to have, we need to grow the economy so that we have more funds and more to be able to distribute. But with that said, we are massifying because food security is a priority for us. And that target of 3 million is something we are working together with the Department of Agriculture to see how we can be able to jointly make sure that both these departments, social development and agriculture, move close to at least halving food insecurity in the province. And then just in terms of the reprioritization, and also just to correct what the CFO was indicating, he's correct that the reprioritization does take place in September. But we are in a unique situation, as we had indicated, that there is that PBC, which is the Provincial Budget Committee, which the Premier chairs, that we are waiting for. And that can give us an indication if we will have those additional funds or not, or how much more we can be able to, in order for us to realize our targets accordingly. And then, okay, I think HOD has indicated on just what informs our priorities. They are based on a study. We really don't thumbsuck any of these, the work that we are doing. It is based on a study and the challenges that are on the ground. And then lastly is, on the development centers, I think your point is taken, because it speaks about skills development. So that's the one part that I can indicate. And I think because I need there's been changes in the province. So maybe the previous has a Tembisa. But what I can indicate, in October, we had our executive committee meeting, the two premier chairs, and we were in Tembisa. So I'm a meeting where we no longer have them in fancy places like this. We actually go to Lokshin and we sit as all MECs with the premier. And when we get Kuleyo Ndao, we also do an analysis of the space. So we have been at Tembisa, and in fact we did a study on the Winnie Mandela Squatter Camp, working together with the police station, because in Yaope, and its impact is quite prevalent, Kuleyo Ndao. So there is work that we are doing. From a point of security or what police are doing, we don't speak about what their plans are, as you know, because there'll be no point. If on this day, then but what we do and what we can indicate is that there are areas that have been identified which informs the strategy set to teach in terms of these priority areas and the work that must be done. So there is a focus, and Tembisa is part of those. So it is covered in terms of that substance abuse work that is there. On your invite, unfortunately, I can imagine if everybody said to me, on this day was I game, on that day was I game, and it would be very difficult for us to finish our work. But in the last NPO meeting that we had, I had indicated we will be doing random visits to our NPO. So that we see what and the work that you say you're doing, you are actually doing it. So we will definitely come.
Thank you very much, MEC. We now at the way forward, summary and way forward. And Honorable Ledwaba will do the vote of thanks. What is going to happen now, the next step is that the committee will prepare its report and incorporate the inputs. I think our support staff had been capturing. And then we'll have our meeting on Friday, the 19th of May 2023. And the committee will then table and then adopt the report, and the report will then be debated in the House on the 26th of May 2023. So for those of you who would also want to form part of this, I think you can follow us. There will be a link to follow on. And I would like to apologize, Member Baldenhorst, Member Nsasha, I would really like to apologize for what happened this morning. There's one gentleman, when he spoke, he said there was a drama. There was the drama that happened there. And I really want to apologize because once we then involve politics, this is what happens. So I've pleaded with members that let's respect each other and make sure that we maintain or keep the decorum of the House, because when we declare a precinct, a legislature precinct, it means whatever happens in the legislature at the House, it must happen where we're having our meeting. Once we declare a hall or any other facility that we use as a precinct of the legislature. I would like to apologize to our stakeholders that this thing will never happen. I know that sometimes there are heated debates that will sometimes provoke members to take each other on based on the political party that one comes from. But when we are here, we are one. We are government, and we are coming to you as people who have elected us to represent different constituencies in the legislature. So my humble apologies, and I hope that it will be accepted. Thank you very much. I'm now going to hand over to Mayor Honorable Dolile Dwaba to do the vote of thanks. I'd been talking, and I think we need to give her a chance as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to definitely say thank you. And let me start by the department, by doing a stunning work. And the presentations, they were up to standard. And thank you very much, and keep up the good work. And thank you to the committee that always avail themselves to speak to you as you are partners. I always say you've partners with us. And at MEC, thank you very much for your presence. You definitely graced this sitting of us. And most of all, I must definitely thank those for handset and the people who provided us with refreshments. Also, the venue that is definitely befitting for all of us to be here. And most of all, thank you very much to you as our partners, NGOs, and continue doing good. We can't be 100% as the department. There are those things that we can't do and others we can, but keep up the good work and make it a point that you comply. Thank you very much.
Who's going to give us an indication, Dima, for what's next? Thank you very much, Honorable Ledwaba. John, Vuligate, Galukavanti Bafumos. Arublelor Wetala. Huh? Where? Oh. Latseba Baramone Hunali breakfast teng Rukukela teng for lunch. Ralebo. Thank you very much. We're going back to where we had breakfast.